fuck? What is going on, sea monkeys? And why can I not see the chat? Fuck. Let me try something. Comments. Right. Man, I cannot see the chat. That is not gonna go well. Hold on. Let me try something. All right, I'm gonna play one more intro while I try to figure something out. I'll be back in a minute. Sorry about all this. All right, I can see it now. I don't know what the deal is. All right, let's see what's going on with you guys. What's going on with you guys? Let's see here. What's going on, Mr. Colfax? Yes, we specialize in oppressed people that uh, never get a chance to speak because other people think that they are more important and try to speak at the same time somewhere else, but they can fuck off. At the end of the day, it's not going to end well for them. I can guarantee you that because I've seen this before. What's going on, Dusty? Hell yeah, Sea Monkey Lives Matter. What's going on, Melinda? What's up, Warbot? What's going on, Sir Nathan? Yeah, we up in here today. Hey, what's going on, OPE? Always a pleasure, and I cannot talk. What's going on, Lala? Uh, I'm not gonna read your name because I don't want it to sound like I'm saying that, but yeah. What's going on, Chantel? I don't know what's going. My chat's glitching in and out, so I'm having a hard time with this. Oh well, it is what it is. Hey, what's up, Shark Bait? What's going on, beautiful? Call him Joe Bro. All right, what's going on, Joe Bro? This is probably a bad idea. Ah, shit. Is that the Mrs. Belding? I kind of doubt it, but uh, I got mixed feelings on Mrs. Belding. I mean, I kind of think I don't know. Well, Susan, you can come up here and let's bullshit. I do have some Sea Monkey information, but I found out at the last minute that it might not be exactly correct, so I'm going to hold off. You have to go watch Getting Trees Cut Down again. Hey, you know what? I've done quite a bit of that myself. Go split some wood, man. It's a good workout. Sea monkeys are shit. Fuck you, man. Sea monkeys are. We've been oppressed like since the 50s when our founding father decided to enslave us. I got mixed feelings about that guy. You guys know, I mean, for real, the guy that came up with the sea monkeys idea was a big time racist. I was actually going to put up a shrine to him, for being our founding father, but then I found out that the dude was actually a massive fucking Nazi type guy. So we're going to go a different direction with that, I think. I actually have looked up the history of sea monkeys and how we've been oppressed since we were discovered, and it's a horrifying story. You know, what's up, Julie? Yeah, I'm sure. I'm sure that JT has split lots of wood in his day, no doubt. That is the real Mrs. Belding. Interesting. So where have you been, Mrs. B? Been lurking on other accounts, no doubt. We finally got a nice day here, man. It is fucking gorgeous. I'm pretty sure that Mrs. Belding is actually a CIA op anyway. I wasn't really paying attention last night, so I don't know what kind of like I know some kind of drama popped off somewhere. I just don't know what. Mrs. Belding, you do know that I finally came out of the closet and I identify as a sea monkey now. I would appreciate it if you respect that. Most people have, and they've been very, very welcoming. And I've got no regrets about. Yeah, absolutely, Nathan, you can come in. I've got no regrets about coming about what I know, what I've always known that I am deep down. Hey, what's going on, Andrea? What's going on, Lynn? Well, Lynn, sea monkey education about sea monkeys is important because uh, we have been oppressed and taken out of our natural habitats and forced to live in little tanks for human entertainment. And it's not right. So I'm on a campaign to free the sea monkeys. Um, like I've known my whole life that deep down that's what I really am. And now that I've come out about it, I feel pretty good. Hey, what's going on, Nathan?
Hey, Bill. Good morning. Good Sunday to you.
Yep.
Good Sunday to everyone in the chat. Salute.
So, are you naked?
No,
Why not?
I just got in from the yard, man. It is gorgeous outside.
It is gorgeous outside.
Wow, man. I went and fertilized some abrevieties in my yard that are having trouble.
Well, nude gardening is really the way to go. It's good for you.
Is it real? Yeah,
I
you
should.
get a lot of vitamin B.
Oh yeah, drink some milk before you go out and let the sun get it all nice and activated. You'll be
Isn't
good.
that isn't that what you get from the sun, Bill? Vitamin B, like Boyd.
Vitamin D. Yeah.
Oh,
No,
vitamin
I think it's
D.
D.
Oh, like
Yeah, you
gold.
gotta have some. I believe so. I could be wrong, but sea monkeys don't really have to worry about that.
Yeah, you guys do really well in the sun, don't you?
Yeah, but people fucking kidnap us and fucking dehydrate us, put us into little foil packets, send us to just anybody. Like you don't even have to have a license, or like you should have to go through some kind of a background check if you're going to own sea monkeys, to make sure you're not being cruel. You know what I mean? But no, just anybody can have them, and it's bullshit, man. It is bullshit.
Yeah, you're bringing attention to these problems that the sea monkey community runs into quite frequently. As you
Absolutely.
as you know, I don't want the sea monkeys to get too much control, but I'm all right for you guys like not to be the bottom of the barrel anymore.
Oh, that's all we ask, man. I appreciate that. We don't want to control the world yet. We just want equal rights. We ought to be able to run in elections and vote and do everything anybody else can do. But no, we're oppressed. We always
Don't
have
you
been.
don't you think voting is a little too much?
Why is it? See, that's the problem, man. Nobody wants to give us a fair shake. Why is voting too much? Why shouldn't we be able to decide who passes the laws that decide how we're treated?
Yeah.
Why shouldn't we have equal access to bars and titty bars especially?
Yeah. Well,
Um,
I think that you guys should be at least allowed to stand outside.
that's a start.
Yeah. I mean, you remember like before you were 21, you'd go to the strip bars and like my dad used to like have me act like I was delivering a pizza so I could go walk in and catch a titty shot before before they kicked me
catch
out.
catch a glimpse.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
You'd be like, dude,
Oh
make sure you stare at the stage, like walk in and stare at the stage right away. So
yeah,
that was like,
like
big time for me. Like,
get stare, kind of act like you're not staring, but you're checking it out through your peripheral, like there's no
oh,
tomorrow. Yeah,
I was probably not very good at hiding it.
none of us were.
You know what I mean? Like they
Hmm.
I would usually get a couple minutes before they were like, "Hello, can I help you?" Like, and you know, you're like, "Yeah, did anyone order a pizza?" And they were like, "Where's the pizza?"
When I was a kid, a friend of mine had a paper route in a small town, and I would go stay the night with him sometimes, like on a Friday night. And Saturday he had to deliver his papers. No, 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 I'm wrong. He had to deliver the Sunday paper. The Sunday papers were huge, and I used to help him carry them. And as we were delivering to this one house, he's like, "All right, man," and we were like 15 at the time. And he's like, "All right, just be cool with this woman. Just be cool." I'm like, "Why? Why? Why? What are you talking about?" He's like, "Just act like she's not naked." I'm like, "What the fuck are you talking about?" Now, looking back, I realized that this woman was a big old fucking creep. But at the time, like, she would wait for him. And keep in mind, we were like 15. And she's probably in her late 30s, had tig old bitties, And she would fucking open the door, fucking stark ass naked, and just act like nothing was going on. Oh, thank you for the paper. And yeah, it was wild. Now at
Yeah,
the time, like I wanted to help him deliver the paper every fucking Sunday after that, but
yeah.
um,
I
look,
remember
looking back,
I subbed for a friend of mine. He had a paper route, and he went on vacation for a couple of weeks, so I had to cover his paper route for him. And he I mean, it was like the worst time of the year too. Dead heat of the summer, like huffing my bike, getting torn up by bugs. I mean, it was just terrible. And he wanted me to take all the tips that he was getting and put them in an envelope, like not take
Hmm.
any of them. And I did, but man, I was pissed about it. But yeah, paper routes. I unfortunately, I don't even think there was someone that I would want to walk in on this paper route. Like
Yeah.
the situation that you had, like there was no one that I would want to see open up standing there naked.
Yeah. She probably wasn't even attractive. I don't really remember what her face looked like because I was laser beamed on them, you
Oh,
know,
yeah, I can
milk
imagine.
jugs. But um, yeah, I mean, look, at the time it was awesome, but looking back, she was just a fucking creep, you know.
Thaw XOXO, no doubt.
One second here. You guys talking about? I've talked to Terrence recently, and some things in his life did get better. I don't know if he's coming back to the community, but he's doing okay right now. I just talked to him like a week ago.
What type of Tommy story can I tell you that I haven't already talked about?
I don't know, man. Just
I mean, we were around each other a lot, you know, like he first of all, this pool hall that I worked at, it was like our normal hangout spot. Like every like by like 8 o'clock at night, everybody's like meeting up there type of thing. And like I said, I'm working one night and there's a big commotion going on outside. It's a Friday night. And I had never met him up to this point. Um, so you know, they start hollering for me, you know, Nate, come, you know, there's something going on out in the parking lot. And so I go out there and I'm trying to like survey the situation just to see, you know, what kind of fuckery is going on. And I look over and here's this, you know, scrawny guy with his, you know, he had like pulled his shirt off like he was like in a tank top. And you guys see what Tommy looks like. He's not a physical specimen by any means. And he was just screaming at the, you know, top of his lungs that he was going to knock this one out, he was going to knock that one out. I was like, oh, like, you know, calming everything down, like, what's going on, man? Like, I don't even, like, who are you? Like, what's your problem? What's going on here? Because people did not normally, like, those type of situations were very few and far between. Like, we were all like kind of like the Fred catching community, a little family, you know. So um I'm like, who, you know, who are you? I ended up finding out who he was. And he had he had multiple situations like that where he's screaming at the top of his lungs, he's gonna knock this one out, he's gonna knock that one out. Nothing ever happened. I mean,
yeah.
nothing. It was like
Well, I mean, we've seen how he acts when the situation gets hot. So
once, like, I know a couple of people like that, like, you know, would actually, like, when if push comes to shove, they're gonna push, you know, like. And if like he never got into it with people like that. He got into it with people that you know, that his mouth. I mean, you've seen like how he acted with like Alex and stuff. That
mhm.
type of behavior, like, I'm gonna knock you out, I'm gonna knock you out, like. And then Alex shows up there, and the next thing you know, they're playing, you know, like having a game of grab ass playing basketball. You know, like what's like where's Roy Jones Jr. at? I thought you were gonna knock him out. You know, like,
Hmm.
and next thing you know, he's acting like they're best friends until they get
Yeah.
separated again, and then it's the whole nonsense of. So that's pretty much my dealings with him was just he would be running his mouth. I would have to go over there, calm the situation down, and things like that. The other things that are like I have a friend that went to Colorado to hang out with him, and
Oh my God, why?
I don't know. Like my buddy, he's been in and out of prison, like because he's actually um he's not a bad guy. He's just he so easily falls into the wrong crowd,
Hmm.
and that's what happened with him, and that he hung out with Tommy for a little while, and so he went to Colorado to hang out with him, and like there's like all these questions about like if Tommy does drugs or not. 100% he does, because my buddy when they went up there, they were partying together, and Tommy ran out of money and started like begging my friend who was up there like to hang out and vacation with him, and started begging him for money until my buddy loaned him like $40 or something so he could get something. But like, so like for him to walk around and act like he doesn't, me and you talked a lot last night about like my past. I have a past with drugs. Like I'm not afraid to admit it. Like it's not part of who I am today.
Right.
For Tommy to walk around like he's this child savior that doesn't do anything wrong, it's very far from the truth.
Yeah. Yeah. That's not a surprise. Um, he just seems like that kind of guy. Let me borrow $20 until Friday, and then like he would just avoid you to avoid paying it back. You
Yeah,
know.
yeah.
So
Like he
yeah.
never. Like my buddy ended up going home. He was only there to visit. Do we believe that story? I don't know. You could take it from the source. Like if you talk to my friends, they're you'll be really hard pressed to find someone say that. I'm the type of guy wearing my emotions on my sleeve. What you see is what you get. There's not a whole like I don't have a whole lot of like games going on. Pretty black and white that way.
Hmm.
Uh, you know, just have to get to know me, I guess, to see whether I'm a truthful person or not.
Well, I mean, I feel like you're telling the truth, but of course, like any kind of, and again, I know it was a long time ago, and you don't go around taking pictures of everybody or whatever, or I'm assuming you probably don't have a scrapbook from those days, but like if you can come up with anything, any kind of like I believe you, but if you can come up with anything of a picture of Tommy sucking a dick or snorting coke,
Oh, I don't have anything like that. um, I
yeah,
I actually used to have a scrapbook, um, but it ended up getting stolen out of one of my stores, and it was a huge scrapbook from all of us when we used to hang out there, and I'm sure there's pictures of like where he was like in the background of some of the pictures. But
yeah. If you
it's
can come up with anything like that, we can get them out there because of course people are going to doubt your story. I believe you personally, but it'd be cool if you had something. I mean, anything at all,
oh,
and
what that
especially if you could come up with like Tommy's rap game. If you could come up with that, I know people that would pay you for it. I'm not kidding.
Yeah, I told like I said I did like I knew Tommy, like the whole rapping thing. I went to his house one time, and he was like, it was I was with that kid that went to go hang out with him in Colorado, and Tommy was there with all his friends, and we went upstairs, and there was a mixing table, and everybody was like, his whole like crew of people was like, they were all freestyling, and it was terrible, like it was just terrible. And
Yeah.
yeah, but
Well, I was in my fair of shitty bands when I was younger, so I I know what
that's
that's
all
like.
right. Shitty,
I wasn't a rap guy, but
right? Like a shitty band, that's different than somebody trying to like rap that can't. Like it's terrible. I had some buddies that had a band. They were actually pretty good though. I used to go around with them, hang out, play in the. They would play in the different local bars.
yeah, I mean, like not every band I was in sucked. My main one, what turned out to be my main one, we were actually um, pretty decent. Unfortunately, that was in the '90s, and I don't have a whole lot of. I guess I think I do have some recording, but like it's on VHS and DVD and shit, so it's not, and it wasn't like mixed, so it's not going to be good. But
Yeah.
yeah, we did all right for a while.
What instrument do you play? Instrument?
Guitar.
You do?
I played guitar and sing. I
Man,
didn't really want to be a
I'd
singer,
love
but
to hear you play sometime.
I've played a little bit here and there. There's a little bit, like if you go back on my older videos, there's a little bit on there, but like all my big stuff is packed away from when I moved, and like I really can't play like I used to. So
Yeah.
one of these days I am gonna grab an acoustic on here. I've played on Locksmiths before, and I used to play live on Instagram a little bit.
Wow, yeah, that's really cool. Like, you know how I told you I was in that Game of Thrones universe community? We used to hang
Yeah,
out. We used to all gather up on Discord, and so each team could have like you could have like up to 100 members on each team, and usually there's like 10 or 20 of you that are really like hardcore into it. So but we had a buddy that I met, from being playing the game and stuff. His name was Magic. He was an ex-police officer, retired police officer, and he could play the guitar, and we'd be like, Magic, break out the guitar, and he would jam out, and if he was working on like a different song that he was learning, he would be like, hey, check this out. Like he learned how to play my mother's favorite song that like I ended up really liking the song because my mom was a fan of it, and he ended up learning how to play it and showed me one night, and yeah, it was a lot of fun.
hmm
I'd love to hear you jam out one night.
yeah. There's a little bit on my Instagram, and there's a little bit uh, on my channel here. Well, a couple of the intros that I play, all but one of them are me, and the one that isn't me, like I put on there who did it. So
Oh wow. Yeah, like that riff we were listening to when we came in, that was you?
I actually played two today. The first one is the one that isn't me, and but the second one that I played is.
Yeah, you can get down on the guitar. I'm impressed for a sea monkey.
Hey, you know what? Sea monkeys can do about anything the rest of you can do.
Almost,
That's why we want equal rights.
almost.
We ought to be able to get married.
Dude, that's pushing it. That's pushing it.
Yeah, Scorned and Reborn. G.I. Joe was on here a few months ago, and he confirmed he didn't really want to. Like, we kind of had to drag him out of it, or drag it out of him. But G.I. Joe also confirmed Tommy's drug use. And I don't give a fuck if somebody uses drugs. I use drugs.
Yeah,
But just fucking be honest about it.
yeah. I'm not. I would never, cast aspersions on anybody for what they do. Like, but to parade around like he does, like, nah, that's all. That's all. I mean, you can see on some of those videos, man. Like, he's leaning. You know what it's like.
Yeah, I recognize it. I
leaning over.
recognized it.
Yeah, I mean, you're doing it right on video, man. Like, it's you don't have to lie about it. Like,
Look, I get a lot of shit for it, but I proved that if you're honest about shit, like I've only ever dropped my Cash App twice, and one of them was for cocaine, and I said, and it was really a social experiment. I didn't really give a fuck whether I got the drugs or not, so I was going to get them anyway. But I said, hey, I need $100 for cocaine. Here's my Cash App, and like I knew that I would get enough, and I wound up getting 150. So that kind of proves if you're honest about shit, people will still donate to you, even if it's shady.
Yeah. Like,
in fact, I just might do another fucking cocaine stream right now just to piss people off.
I'm gonna no comment. I don't know if I wish you luck on your endeavor, just because I don't want to see you get, one day I hope you can rid yourself of it, but
well, that's the thing is I'm not hooked on it, and I don't really want to do it anymore because it doesn't help me. Like, it used to like put me in a great mood and stuff, and I could just chill on it, but like it's just not doing that now. So
yeah.
Oh man, somebody just did hit my Cash App. Thank you very much. Blow me. It's for a Pepsi though. It's for a Pepsi. That's awesome. Thank you.
What's a Cash App?
It's just a way to send people money.
Okay. Kind of like Western Union or something like that.
I guess kind of similar, but like you can do it all online without leaving your house, and like they'll send you a card so you can use it. You can use it just like a Visa card.
Yeah. So how does somebody, if they want to donate something to your Cash App, they got to have a credit card?
It's more like PayPal. But I don't know if you can. I think you actually have to have a Cash App account, which it doesn't cost anything. You can set it up in like 5 minutes. But I don't know if you can donate from something else to that or not.
Yeah.
I know I used it to pay a vet bill for my cat.
Yeah, like I told you, like I'm not super smart dude. Like, I can't, like, I'm not really that good on the computers. So like I'm always afraid to put my credit card on it, because like if a hacker or something gets on it, I could never stop a hacker, like, and so I only use like if I need to get something online, I go get like a gift card that you can use online.
Yeah, that's until I didn't have a Cash App until yes, yeah.
Okay.
Oh no, I don't know. I really don't. I didn't have a Cash App till recently. But that's how I used to do things, is just get gift cards to get shit online, because I quit using banks a long time ago.
Maddie Mac Daddy is in the house.
Oh, right on. Oh, hey, somebody, I just got another, man, you guys are too much. I just got a happy birthday donation. Thank you very much.
You got
All right.
any other squatchers in the room today? Bigfoot enthusiasts? Or am I the only one? Nah, I heard.
I don't know.
I didn't even know Tommy had a brother.
Yeah, he has a brother that just got into trouble for being inappropriate with a minor.
Really?
Yeah, and I hear that he's already been sentenced, but he was still free. But I've heard that he's either already turned himself in or he's going to very soon.
Wow. Yeah, I know he had a sister, one sister that I knew. She's actually really nice. Super nice girl. But
All
yeah,
right.
I didn't know he had any other. Definitely didn't know he had a brother. He probably was a lot younger back then too, right? Because we're talking when I knew him was we're talking 15 years ago.
Yeah, I'm sure that Matt will have the. Are you sub to Matt's channel? He's one of the guys that I said you should talk to.
Yes, Matt, the first one. I didn't even when I first started seeing the first pred catcher that I started watching was Alex. I was like, what is this guy doing? Like I was like, oh man, they're setting these preds up. This is hilarious, right? Like, and I would just crack up laughing at the way he would like mess with them while he was picking them up, and they don't even know he's doing it, like he would just say things like, what's that saying he always has? Like about pork grinds or something. He loves pork something.
Yeah, man, I don't remember.
Fried pickles.
Fried pickles. Yeah, that's what you're talking about.
Yeah. So he always said
Yeah,
like
that's
that's like his thing, and you could see it on like I seen his shirts, like some of them say like fried pickles and like stuff about that, like, and he'll always like say to the pred, or not always, but he'll say something like, the pred is in the middle of like super panic, like this is the worst day they could have had type of thing. And he says to him, like, are you hungry? I could really go for some fried pickles right now. Like, the last thing that Fred wants to do is go get some fried pickles. So
well, I mean, that's the signal that means to call the cops. That's the code for.
Oh, okay. No, I didn't know that. No.
Yeah, when you hear somebody say fried pickles, that's the cue to whoever's going to call the cops. That's the cue for that. That's what fried pickles is about.
Oh, okay.
And like Cam, like I've been Tony G's Pizza a couple of times for Cam. He said something about Tony G's Pizza that means call the cops. The bad thing with being Tony G's Pizza for Cam is like he'll call me and he'll be like, "Hey, can you be the one to call the cops for me?" I'm like, "Okay," but then like he won't tell me where the fuck he's at, and I got to figure it out. Like sometimes, like I'll know what town he's in, but like some of the cities have different districts, and if you call 911, it's not going to go to the right place. So I got to figure out who exactly to fucking call because he doesn't know. I mean, yeah.
I just always I was like, he always is asking these friends if they want freaking fried pickles. I'm like, so it makes sense now, like that because like I said, Alex he was the first person that I had ever seen like doing this type of thing. And then for the YouTube algorithm type of thing. I got to tell you another thing about the algorithm in a minute, Bill, that I thought was interesting. Maybe you could tell me if this is a real thing or not. But so I stumbled onto one of Tommy's videos that way, and I'm like, man, this guy looks so familiar. But you got to remember, this when I knew him, this is 15 years. Like, he's all, he's got a gray beard now. Like, he looks way different than when I knew him. And
drugs are hard on a guy.
I was like, he really kind of reminds me of Tommy. And then I watched to the end of the videos, like he was giving me the Tommy vibes, like the whole, like when I was watching the show. And then I was like, could that really be Tommy Fellows? And then I stayed to the end, and like they talk about, like, there was one that's called The General, and then they said there's The General, and then it said Tommy, and I was like, could that really be Tommy Fellows? So I went and started looking in, and then all of a sudden I seen, like, it said it's Tommy Fellows of CPP or CCP, whatever it is, and I couldn't believe it. I couldn't believe, like, that it was actually the same guy. So, like, I watched a couple of his videos, and I was like, hey, maybe he really has turned over a new leaf. Like, he's, a different guy than I knew.
No, he's just a hustler, and he found a hustle with easy targets, man, because anybody can just jump in and start doing this shit.
And then the more I watched, and I was like, man, he really is just, he's just hustling these people. That's not who he is. Like, and it's really sad to me that he chose this path to go down, like a path, like, where people are really hurting, and like these type of things, like, can ruin people's lives. And like, it really just put me off, and I was just like, man, like, I couldn't believe what I was seeing. And then I seen the channel that Blue made, and I watched a bunch of videos on there, and I was like, it was just, it's really disheartening.
Yeah, Tommy just found a hustle that was easy to get into, and it's known to make money, and that's his thing. To him, it's just a hustle. Like, I'm sure huh?
Somebody's birthday, whoever's birthday it is.
Yeah, it's mine. It's my birthday.
Bill, it's your birthday?
Yeah, I mean, I wasn't gonna put it out there, but yeah, thank you, everybody.
Bill, happy birthday, man. Bill, you're a good dude. Like, I'm just starting to get to know you. I think this is the third time we talked. And guys, if hit Bill's Cash App up for him, it's his birthday.
No, I'm not putting it out there.
No, I'm
people already have it. I've already been getting donations.
Listen, I'm telling them, it's not you. Listen, it's there have been money donated for way worse things. Bill comes on here, puts out his time for hours at a time, putting on these chats so we can all come hang out in a community. Like, if you can send him a couple bucks, man, like, Bill deserves it.
Well, thanks, man.
Yeah, for sure. Happy birthday, Bill.
Thanks, Ed. Holy shit, it's your birthday too, Stephanie? That's awesome. We are awesome.
So Bill, remember, like, we were talking last night about, addiction and stuff like that?
Mm-hmm.
I don't watch any videos on that on YouTube. When we closed the chat for the night, a video showed, like, one of the recommended videos showed up, and it said, it was like an addiction type of clip. Could they really, like, how would they even, would YouTube be able to listen into what we're actually talking about here?
Google
Say that
does.
again.
What's that?
I said Google does. As soon as you say something, you'll see ads for that per product later on. I guarantee it.
Yeah, yeah, your shit's always listening, man, all the time.
That
It's like
was
when
crazy to me. That's what I'm saying. That like how I told you, like I'm not good with computers and stuff, and like it really worries me. Like when you talk about these docs and stuff, like if somebody chooses me, I mean I got to be the easiest target. I do not know how to defend against that stuff, and I couldn't believe, like, I've never searched for an addiction video or anything like that. Like, how would they know we were talking about that? That's
Because
crazy.
they listen in. Bill and I were talking
you're,
about something stupid like laundry detergent one day, and we both started getting ads for that product, whatever it was. I forget what it was. It's something like that.
yeah,
Remember that, Bill?
yeah, yep.
It's
It's happened with a bunch of things. My son and I were talking, and we were just sitting next to each other, and we were talking about a certain type of torque wrench, and we both started getting ads for fucking torque wrenches, and we weren't even on our phones. We just had them, you know. So
it
yeah, your
is
phone's always. That's like when you have your phone set up and you can say, "Hey Google" or "Hey Siri" or whatever. That tells you right there that it's always listening to you. You know what I
it's
mean?
it is. I was like, what are the chances of that? I mean, like literally, we talked for a while last night, and then as soon as I closed it, it was like in the first, like, I don't know, 4 to 8 videos that they recommended me to watch. And normally it's like a bunch of things that I'm into, like the MMA channels, you guys, um, different things that I'm into. And there was actually an addiction video on there. I couldn't believe it.
Hmm.
Is this Ed that has that? Is Ed from the other channel?
Yes. This is Ed. This is Nathan. Ed is one of the other ones I told you he might want to talk to you. So here he is.
I watch Ed's show all the time too. Like I come every time you guys both have a stream, like I always click in and say hi to everybody. And yeah, I frequent your channel as well, Ed.
We're always glad to have supporters come up and bullshit with us. But yeah,
Right.
Ed and
So,
Matt were the two guys that I don't know if you guys want to talk or whatever. They might have some questions for you.
yeah. I mean, it's pretty much you guys see him for yourself. Everybody could make their own aspersions or accusations. Like he's got so much content out there, like where you could see how he acts. Like you don't need to
Yeah,
listen to me. Like
right.
I just know,
Yeah,
like,
you're just kind of affirming what we kind of already knew, you know. But it's nice
exactly.
to have that.
Hmm. My other buddy, like I told you, that went to visit him in Colorado. I'd love to get him. Like I can get him in here one night, and he could.
Yeah, I was going to ask you if you had anybody else that might have some different information.
Yeah, like hang on a second. Do you think you could hear it if I speaker phoned it off my cell phone?
Probably, yeah, we can try that. Just make sure you don't say his name, and maybe tell him not to, you know, because we don't want to dox anybody by accident. But yeah, we can try that.
Yes.
Make sure you tell him that people are listening.
Oh, I will. I mean, just so like I don't know how to prove it like to you guys that like I know him, but I know a couple people were asking in the chat, but um
Right.
I sent my friend a text. Let's see if I can get a hold of him. I'll let you know if he messages me back. And he could tell you that that story that I told you, how he went down there.
Well, while you're calling this guy, why don't you mute yourself and then tell him what's going on? Because like if you get his voicemail, for whatever reason, voicemails are copyrighted material. I don't probably nobody pushed the issue, but while you're calling the guy, why don't you mute yourself on here while you're letting him know what's up, and then just unmute and bring him up.
Okay.
Or you can send him the link. You can send him the link if he just wants to come on here directly.
Okay, I'm going to mute myself.
All right. And I'm assuming Ed fell asleep already. And it looks like there's some arguing going on in the chat, which is normal. Yep, no problem if you guys want to go watch Alex. I'm not going to get offended if you go watch a catch. But, all right, everybody that has sent me money, I feel weird taking money from people, but I do very much appreciate it.
That's awesome, guys. Thanks for. Bill deserves it, man.
So, by the way, Jason Fellows is now in jail. So, he's
Ed,
Good.
Did you hear what I said before?
No, I'm sorry. I had to step away for a minute, but I'm back.
I just wanted to let you know that I watch your chats all the time as well.
I appreciate that.
Yeah, and I'm a fan of your show as well, and I go in there and normally I hang out in the chat and just talk with the chat room people.
What's your name in the chat room? Is it Sir Nathan or what?
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Mm-hmm.
Cool. My understanding is that you knew CPP from Colorado, from Connecticut, when he was in Connecticut. Is that true?
I knew Tommy from Connecticut.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Yeah.
Yep. Yes.
Okay.
I worked at a pool hall that he hung out at, and like while he was hanging out, we all used to come to this, like, migrate to this pool hall, and he had a group of friends there, and like I said, I worked there.
Was he just as big a grifter then as he is now?
Yes. What's a grifter?
A grifter is somebody who begs for money to help a cause, but it ends up not going for that cause. It's basically just somebody who scams people.
Being somebody that they're not, basically.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yes. That's why I started coming into the rooms and stuff, because at first I didn't even know it was him. Like I said, I started watching. At first I would watch Alex's videos, and then the algorithm like recommended one of the CPP videos. So, and then I was like, man, he's giving me like Tommy vibes. Like I wonder, like, I'm like, this can't be him though, right? Like, there's no way that's him. And then at the end of one of the shows, or maybe it was the beginning of one of the shows, they were it would say, here's the general, like, there's another guy, I think his name was Fozzie the Bear, and then Tommy. And I was like, what are the chances of that? Like, could that really be him? So I typed it in, and then I seen it said Thomas Fellows of CPP. And then I was like, I couldn't believe it. It was such a shock to me. So I started watching some more, and then I ran into Blue's channel, and I seen all the crap he turns up. I was like, he's doing the same stuff, man. Like, same stuff, just can't tell the truth, just very similar to the person that I know, like doing the same type of stuff, but it's 15 years later.
Yeah. By the way, y'all vote on the
Look at
Grifties because Chile de Castro took number 1. So now it's Thomas Fellows and Colorado Pit Patrol is 2 and 3.
Oh no,
Man, I never remember to do that unless somebody reminds me about it. So if somebody doesn't mind throwing that link in the chat, go for it.
Hey, Ed, I actually was the one that used to go into your room and post like, "Hey, Tommy's number 1 on that Grifters."
Oh, for real? Oh, okay.
Yeah, and but then somebody said that he wanted to win it, so I stopped voting.
Oh no, keep voting. Keep voting.
Keep voting?
Nah,
Yeah,
keep
voting.
keep going. Yeah.
All right.
He says he wants to win it, but he really doesn't want to win it.
I mean,
Right.
I don't want to win that. Like, that's you're basically admitting that you're a fraud. Like
Yep.
that's so I would vote. And then I heard somebody say, like, Tommy.
Oh, of course he does, because that'll discourage people to stop to vote. Like it'll discourage people from voting, and it worked on you. But now keep voting. Fuck
right.
them.
Yes, I hear you.
Oh, hang on. I can't. All right, person that just texted me, I can't answer you back while I'm live, but no, I did not. That's not my that's not my Cash App. I don't know who the fuck you sent $50 to, but you sent it, said that's not my Cash App.
What is your Cash App?
It's man, I really didn't want to put it out there.
Well,
how are they going to do it?
Fuck. Hold on, I can't remember what my Cash App is. It's $BFKNP, I think.
BFK. Okay, so B fucking P.
Yeah, BFKNP, I think. Yeah. But somebody needs to take it back because you said.
Yeah, take that money back before they transfer it somewhere else. If they're watching their phone, they stole that shit.
Yep. I mean, I appreciate it, guys. It's just weird, I don't know.
Dude, it's your birthday, man. Like, don't worry about it. You deserve it.
I know, but like the only times I put my Cash App out there is to piss people off.
Yeah,
and that wasn't the point today. So
we're not trying to piss anybody off, but you guys that do these channels, I mean, that's a lot of selfless hours, like just to try and entertain some people. That's what we're all here for, is like some entertainment, and you're giving people a place to come and talk in this community. Like, you deserve it. It's your birthday.
I mean, I mainly just get on here to fuck around. Like, I put almost zero effort into my channel, but you got guys like Edward and Matt that do a lot of research and put a lot of time and work in it. I just get on here and fuck around, What's up, Dr. Mortician?
What's a check simp? A chunk simp.
All right. Hey, thanks, Ed. I got yours. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem.
What's a
it
chunk?
It said it had to wait for you to approve the payment or something. I was like, what? It's only, whatever. But I'm putting out the Jules
I don't know.
Video today too. I'm making the Jules receipt video to show her receipts that and then hopefully we can get her own panel in a couple of days and she can tell her story on the grifting she's accused of doing,
Are these
All
people
right.
cracking on me? What's
What's
a Chuck simp?
Oh, Chuckles. They think you're gonna simp for
Oh.
Chuckles.
If you don't know who
Chuckles-
Chuckles is, she's a God. It's a long story, but she's a very annoying, very self-absorbed, very self-centered, crazy bitch that you really don't want any part of.
And they saying I'm
she's
like her?
this
No,
is
they
the
say you're
internet,
gonna
man.
simp for her. You're gonna love Chuckles. You're gonna fall in love with Chuckles.
Oh, all right. And then the other one said I'm like a slow motion FTK, whatever that is.
You sound a lot like FTK.
Yeah, yeah, dude.
I
You gotta look.
apologize
If,
if I'm
if you're
talking slow.
you're fine, dude. Don't worry about what people say. Fuck them. If you're gonna be on panels and shit, you're gonna have people come at you. You're gonna have people say nasty things about you that may or may not be true. If you're gonna be up on panels, you gotta have thick skin and fuck what anybody thinks. You know,
Yeah,
you just gotta.
check if you don't like my voice, Richard.
Yeah, Richard. He's just
Richard's talking
just
about
giving you
Chuckles.
shit, man.
Chuckles, he says her voice is annoying as fuck. I think he means Chuckles.
I apologize for saying that then.
You're fine, dude. Don't worry about what
Yeah,
people
fuck
say in the
Richard.
chat. Fuck them.
Richard's a fucking pain in the ass anyway. Fuck what, Fuck what
I'm
he
just
says.
up here trying to, hang out with everybody else, I like the community and I like, the overall cause, that's why I started coming into the rooms.
Yeah, Richard is like Richard and I have tried to fuck before, but like we're both tops, so we never actually get any sex done because we're just constantly fighting to get on top, and like it just never works out. Love the guy though.
He'll bottom for me.
Really? What time? Or did you say that Jules' video is
Most
coming out
everybody,
today or tomorrow?
I'm gonna put it out.
Most
I still gotta
everybody's
make it. I haven't even made the video yet, so I'm probably gonna dip out of here to make the video, and then I'll put it up later on
Oh,
this
right.
evening. Also, there's
Right
a
on.
channel called True Seeker, not the same True Seeker that Bill knows, and I'll be on their panel tonight. We'll be talking about Waco since it's like the 30th anniversary of Waco. So
I haven't seen that Truth Seeker around in a long time.
if somebody is subbed to her, and can drop her link real quick, that would be nice. If not, here I'll pull it up real quick, I guess.
You have a show coming on later, Ed?
I do, but it's not on my channel. It's on this channel called True Seeker. We researched like the Vegas shooting together. This is the community I came from before I came over here. So she's doing one about Waco.
Is Vegas shooting the one where they were shooting from the buildings?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And Waco was a big fucking clusterfuck. That. Yeah,
I know Waco.
I mean,
I studied Waco.
I have to. David Koresh needed to go to jail, but like they could have just picked him up while he was jogging. They could have just snatched him right off the road, but they had to go and fucking.
I feel like what they did was wrong. Like that,
It was.
the way they went in there, guns blazing like that. I mean, that was totally unnecessary. There was kids in there.
Yeah, and a bunch of agents got shot too.
Yeah, I think four? Was it four died?
I don't remember, but I don't remember now exactly. But yeah, the FBI and the ATF both got. They went up just like Ruby Ridge, man. They could have done it so much differently, but no, they had to fucking go in guns blazing. Yeah.
Ruby Ridge, was that the one where they shot them from long distance? Those guys that want to come out of the cabin.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, another one. They killed his wife, right?
Yeah, they shot his wife while she was holding a baby.
Yeah.
I've met Randy Weaver before because I used to go to a lot of gun shows, and like he had written a book, and he was there selling his book and stuff and telling his story. They fucking set him up, man. Like what got them on him was they had a rat that was in some trouble, and they were like, well, if you do this and that for us, we'll go easy on you. So this dude went to Randy Weaver with a shotgun and said, hey, would you cut down the barrel for me? At first he refused to do it, but the guy was like, oh, come on, and he really talked him into it. So he did it just to shut the guy up. And if you cut down a shotgun barrel less than 18 inches, that's a federal crime.
Why is
I used
that?
to cut. Part of it is, I've dealt with the ATF a lot, and part of it really is a safety issue because if you have a barrel less than 18 inches, which really, it can be shorter and still be safe, but if you use like a regular load, when you shoot it, the way it expands, it can burn you and all kinds of shit. Plus, a lot of this shit's illegal, like machine guns are illegal because of mobster movies. These lawmakers watch movies and they think that it's real life, which mobsters really did shoot up a lot of people with Tommy guns. That really happened.
Yeah.
But then they made it harder for people to get machine guns, and like they don't want it to be easy for you to carry a shotgun under a coat. Which people also, I've done that, just for the fuck of it.
Yeah.
So if you're gonna have a shotgun barrel less than 18 inches, you got to have a federal tax stamp, which costs $200. Anytime you have a class 3 or whatever, like if you want to buy a machine gun, you can do it, but it takes 6 months. I've done it before. Whether it's a machine gun or a suppressor or a short-barreled rifle or a classification called any other weapon, which is a fucking big gray area, you got to have the right permits and shit, or you can go to prison. So it's illegal to cut down a shotgun under 18-inch. So
yeah.
That's what he did.
And they basically entrapped them into it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I don't own any guns myself. Well, I was cleaning out my basement of the house that I bought. I found a old gun down in there. And I don't even know if the thing will fire a bullet. Like, it's old. And it's like, if I was to guess, I don't know much about guns. I think it's probably like what they call a 22. Like it looked like it held like a small bullet.
Is it a handgun?
No, it was I guess it would be what you would classify as a rifle. It had a long barrel on it.
Oh, is it like a bolt action? Is there a lever on the side that you can grab and shift up and pull back or something like that?
Yeah, I do think it had that.
Okay. It should say on there, the manufacturer and the caliber.
It looked like it was a style gun that only held like one bullet at a time. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
I was going to try to bring it to the pawn shop. I didn't know what to do with it.
Yeah, if you don't want a gun, you're.
I was thinking about getting a gun, but like I don't want to go through the hassle of getting a license. Like.
You still live in Connecticut?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I don't know Connecticut's laws exactly, but I think they're kind of a shitty state to try to own guns in.
Is it like, do you need you used to be able to get a shotgun, right? Like without a license?
Yeah.
It was only
back in the day, there was no background check. You could, huh? Back in the day, like there was no background check to buy a gun. You could just walk in and buy it. But then they started doing what's called the instant check, which, they check you automatically. Some states have a waiting period. Some states don't. Ours didn't. But like I have licenses to carry in multiple states anyway, but it just depends on what state you're in. Some of them really suck. And then that supposed instant check system sometimes doesn't work. It's run by the FBI, and yeah, sometimes it'll take a couple of days to clear it. But
yeah, like I hear those stories where like, oh, people walked right into Walmart. The Walmarts around us don't even have guns.
right, yeah, they used to, but they stopped carrying them.
Oh, really?
Most of them.
Oh, okay, maybe I didn't even notice. Like,
yeah, some Walmarts. Actually, most Walmarts used to carry guns, but it's not as easy as people think. When they started doing the instant check, like you can no longer just walk in and buy one and walk out. You got to be checked out, and if they find anything, they're not going to let you have that gun.
yeah,
I had an issue. I had an issue. I went to buy a gun, and I did have an issue where a guy filed a fucking restraining order on me because he thought I was after him, and I wasn't after him, but it was a non-Brady restraining order, which meant that it didn't affect my gun ownership, but it was still in the system. And I went in to buy a gun, and I bought 100 guns from this guy in the past, and he's like, "Well, can't let you have it yet. There's something in the system." So it took 3 days, and we got it cleared out, and I finally got the gun. But yeah, it's not as easy as you think.
Yeah. No, I don't. Like I said, Connecticut. I don't think I don't believe it's easy. I know my a friend of mine. He got his concealed carry permit. I think it's called, and like he had to go to all these classes, and like I just didn't want to bother with that. I'm not really a gun person. I wanted a shotgun so I could go squatching.
Oh, well, I suggest if you're going to carry a shotgun for a Sasquatch, I recommend that you carry 3-inch brass slugs. Fuck the buckshot.
No,
you use a slug on that motherfucker.
I wasn't going to shoot Bigfoot. I was saying in case there's some there. That's like the only way I could go squatching though is like if I went to another state. Like I'm not going to go squatching in Connecticut.
Right. Like I said, man, I've been all over the country and Canada too, hiking and hunting, fishing, all that kind of shit. And I've heard things, like I've heard some big fucking things that wasn't an elk or whatever, or wasn't a bear. I've heard like big fucking things running through the woods that I couldn't see, so I don't know what the hell it was, but I've never seen a Bigfoot. I've never seen a track. I've never encountered anything that I would say was Bigfoot. Seen a lot of things I can't explain, but I don't know what
Yep. Have you ever seen orbs?
Yeah. See, I will try to find a logical solution before I would believe that it's anything supernatural. You know what I mean? Seen a lot of things I can't explain, and I've got some fucked up true ghost stories, man. Like the house that I used to live in. There was when I moved in there, it was just me, and I had some extra bedrooms in a basement that I would rent out to people, right? And then my daughter was there on the weekends, and I had a little playroom just for my daughter, but she would go in there and play and come out crying, and she was a toddler, so she couldn't really tell me what was going on. And she'd just be crying and pointing, and I'm like, what's going on? Didn't know. Well, fast forward a few years, and through this whole time when I'm renting rooms out, like I would come home from work, and these dudes would say, "Hey, were you home for lunch or something? I heard footsteps upstairs, and it wasn't me." So all this little kind of shit, right, started stacking up. Fast forward a few years, and I move in my girl and her little boy, and he made this imaginary friend named Joe, right? And he knew all kinds of details about this Joe guy, like his wife getting mad about his muddy boots and all kinds of fucking details about this Joe character that was his imaginary friend, right? And then like other people were constantly seeing shit or hearing shit, and like things would disappear even when I was there by myself and it was just me. Like my Zippo lighters would just disappear, and I could never find them. I had a set of glasses disappear, but see, I was doing a lot of drugs, so I can blame it on that. But stuff that I used every day would just fucking disappear, and I'd never see it again. Well, I ran into this. Oh, and I got shoved down the stairs a couple of times. But again, I was doing drugs, so I can blame it on that. But I could feel people shoving me down the stairs.
I mean,
and this happened to other people too. But
how could you blame
so,
that on drugs?
Because anytime you're using drugs and shit like that happens, when you think about it logically, you can just blame it on that. I will try to find any reason for it to not be supernatural before I will say it's a ghost, right? So anyway, I was in a bar one night and I ran into the guy that I bought the house from. I said, "Hey man, just out of curiosity, did anybody ever die in that house?" And he's like, "Oh yeah, his name was Joe Wood." I'm like, and I just fucking froze. I was like, "Holy shit!" So all this little shit throughout a few years added up, and come to find out, a guy named Joe that had a garden back there, which would account for the muddy boots. Yeah. So yeah, I've had things happen that are fucked up and whatever, but
I have an old colonial house, where I live. It's in a historical area. And so, the house was built like back in the 1800s, and then it got, remodeled and stuff. But it's the frame of that, house, the bones of this house are old. And man, like sometimes, I hear things like, it's like I live by myself, I rent out the first floor, and but they're not night owls like me. They're in bed. They're in bed to they work first shift, and just things I hear in the house sometimes make me wonder. But I haven't had any crazy things happen, like things missing or getting shoved or scratched or any of that stuff. Just the noises that the house makes sometimes like freaks me out.
right.
But
Yeah, like if I hear a door slam by itself or whatever, like I'm gonna grab a level and see if the door needs adjusted or whatever. I'm not gonna assume that it's a ghost, but like I've seen a lot of shit that I just can't explain, and I guess you could call it ghost. But and then there was a thing when I was in high school. You know how like I wasn't really into this group, but I hung out with them. You know what I mean? Like they were into hanging out in cemeteries and dressing all gothic and shit. That wasn't really my thing, but I hung out with them a couple of times. And for the most part, I believe that Ouija boards are just fucking in people's heads or people fucking around, right? But like something happened that night with their fucking. If they set it up, they did a hell of a job. I don't even. Oh man, like I'm even afraid if I talk about it, it'll come back. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah, there was that whole thing.
Yeah, I mean, I'm the type of guy like I keep an open mind I try to keep an open mind to anything. Like if somebody tells me they've had an experience with something, like if they're a truthful person, then like I'm gonna listen to what they have to say. Like I try not to be closed minded about things, and I try to, like if I'm into it, like I've looked into like the paranormal stuff. I mean, there's just some things to think that we're all knowing. I don't think we are, like humans in general. Like
No.
it'd be like we got answers for everything. Like if like to think like that to me is arrogant. Like to think that we got everything figured out, like the way things go bump in the night or things that happen in the skies or what somebody has seen, told you they've seen with their own eyes. Like to think that you know everything that's happening around you, to me, that's just an arrogant way of thinking.
Yeah,
You know, so
I agree. There's a lot. There's a lot we don't understand.
yes.
And like if you keep that fucking giant particle collider they had, they're actually um they're saying, I mean, you don't know, but like they're able to have proof of, okay, look, I'm a fucking geek when it comes to like how time and space and gravity all works together, and just, I'm not saying I fully understand all of it, but it's fucking mind blowing. It's hard to get your mind around it at all. But like they're
Oh,
proving
big
other
time.
dimensions exist with that particle collider, and I'm not saying I understand all of it or that I even believe all of it, but there's so much fucking weird shit, like from the very makeup of how the patterns of atoms, and it's hard to explain it. I don't think I could, but just how it all works together, and everything in the universe is attached in one way or another. Um,
Yeah.
and
So
the
have
way
you
time
ever?
and gravity work together, it's wild, man.
It really is. It's interesting too. Like I've the older I get, the more like uh actual like I try to really like study certain type of topics that interest me. And yeah, like I'm into the same, like one of the big things I'm into is like, ancient archaeology that like scientists have a really difficult time explaining even nowadays.
Well, I find Graham Hancock very interesting. I'm not saying I believe
Yes, he
everything he
is.
says, but Graham Hancock and that whole bunch, they've got some interesting things to say. I think some of it's bullshit, but um,
Like this,
yeah, there's
like
just
there are stone structures even where I live. There's a lot of them in the Northeast, like in like
mhm.
if you go like through the woods that we do have around here, like in Graham Hancock, he went around like there's a couple areas around here. There's one of them is called Gunjewamp, and it's got like this circle and like a couple other like stone caves and stuff like that. Um, and like man, they're just super interesting. Like you can go into this one cave that it's like this stone little hut that they built. First of all, I don't
Mhm.
know if you've ever tried to build something with stone.
I have
It's
actually. It's a motherfucker.
for people that have worked with stone before, you know what I'm saying. You guys will understand what I'm saying. It's difficult work. It's not easy to do. Like, and they'll build like these stone huts, and they're lined up with the winter solstice, so that when the
Hmm.
sun comes up in the sky, and it's like it's at its highest point during the winter solstice, it'll literally point through a hole that you could throw a baseball through, right? The sun will be shining through that and onto the other wall.
Right.
Like, and to think like that there was no intelligence behind that, you're fooling yourself. Like, how would you build a stone structure like that so that it's lining up with something astrological like that?
Well, that's the thing. I mean, like the Great Pyramids, they know where the quarry where they got most of the stones is like 500 miles away. And these stones weigh, some of them, over 100 tons, and they don't know how they got them there. You know what I mean? And they've been lying to us about the pyramids this whole time. They got to be way older than what they say they are.
Oh,
Um,
they have to be.
and like
There's
Göbekli Tepe is a whole other thing they're just getting started on.
oh yeah, like first of all, okay, like if you've ever studied the pyramids, right? Like take away the pyramids in Egypt. I'm not even talking about those. I'm talking about pyramids all over the planet. Like if you look
Hmm.
at the pyramids and they all
And they all line up on the magnetic lines.
they're on magnetic lines. They're lined up with constellations. They're
Hmm.
and they're they popped up all over the planet, right? And
Yeah, they
they all
found
have similar technology in the way that they were built.
they
But
found new pyramids just because they looked at the lines and the patterns where all the other ones that they knew about were, and they just followed the lines and intersected, and they found new pyramids they didn't know about because they knew it should be there. It's wild.
yeah, like Bill, hang on one second. How do I get back? I made a mistake and clicked on something, and I can't see anything that the chat is saying.
Click on comments. Oh, hang on, Angela, I'll get you a link. My chat's been messed up too. Like
So
it goes in and out. Sometimes I
big
can't.
time. Can someone type something? Oh, I just seen it. You just posted the link,
Yeah.
Bill? Okay.
What's going on, Angela? Enlighten us.
Hey there. Happy birthday, by the way.
What's
Thank you.
cracking, girl?
Yeah. Hey there. So, I know you guys have moved on. It's funny how fast topics go
Hello.
by. Hi. So can we go back to the paranormal stuff for a minute?
Sure.
Okay.
Sure.
So you're a non-believer, right? Both of you, or just one?
I'm a semi-believer.
No,
I believe that there's a lot of things we don't understand, and I'm open-minded to it.
Okay. So I have a
would say
question.
I'm a believer as well.
You're a believer. Okay. I'm a full-on believer because I've had my own experiences happen to me, like several different ones, and they were very significant.
Talk
So
about it.
here's one, and I'll ask you guys what you think this could have been. Okay. So in 2008, I lost my 24-year-old son-in-law to a motorcycle accident. Okay.
Oh man.
Okay. We were in the church at his funeral, packed church. I mean, people were outside. This guy was in a heavy metal rock band since high school. Everybody knew him. Great guy. Anyways, during his funeral in the church, there's, people sitting in both sides of the pews, right? Parents sit on one side, other people sit on another side. So one of the people were talking, doing their tribute to Brian. And all of a sudden, okay, so let me explain the church. So the church is a Catholic church, so it's very ornate. It's got those humongous chandeliers hanging throughout the church, and they're equal. There's like one on one side, one on the other, one on one side, one on the other, and they go all the way down. So there's chandeliers going down the left side of the pews from front to back. Same with the right side, front to back. Okay. And these aren't your regular chandeliers that you would hang in your kitchen. They are enormous.
Right.
Well, during the funeral, and somebody was up there speaking, only one chandelier above Brian's parents started swinging outward and very fast. Outward. Like it was going in a circle, outward and very fast. People caught it out of the side of their eye because, and everybody looked up and kind of like gasped, like, and then it just stopped. It just stopped. So, I mean, we were right in the middle of the service. So everybody was just kind of like tripped out, right? Yeah. I knew it was Brian right away. Well, his cousins and, a few others after, because we did the church thing and then we went over next door and buried him. Okay. So
I have a question. I don't mean to interrupt you.
Okay.
Did you take notice what way it was swinging by chance? Like, was it clockwise or counterclockwise? because they say that just the only reason I bring it up is because in similar paranormal, I've heard people talk about this before.
Right.
Things that spin in a clockwise direction and kind of have like a holy type of indignation towards
I
it.
don't like out of my head, I'm going to say I'm unsure, but my brain is telling me to say that it was going counterclockwise.
Yeah, and they tend to, okay, finish your story. I was just curious about that.
Okay. So a few of his cousins, because everybody was like, what the fuck was that? Right?
Mhm.
None of the other ones were even moving. It was only one, and it was above his parents, and it was very, very significant. So anyways, after the funeral, like after we buried him, a bunch of his cousins went back to the church because, you can imagine, right? Like people are like,
Right.
what
Oh,
the
yeah.
hell was that?
Yeah.
I knew what it was. But for most people, they went and checked, and the ceilings are very high, of course, in Catholic Church, they usually are. And so they went back and they were like searching to see like if they cool the church, like they have their air conditioning on,
Mhm.
and some people thought, oh well, maybe it was the vents and it blew it. Well, I know you can't blow anything like that, but so they went and checked, and they found, there was no way anything could have blown that one heavy chandelier out of all of the chandeliers there. And it's never
Right.
happened
If
before.
it's, I was going to say, if it doesn't happen regularly, then,
Yeah, they wouldn't talk
But-
to the priest, and they were, wondering, like, has this ever happened before? And it's like, this church is known to leave their doors open if it's hot or run the air conditioner. It is not, even say if there was wind coming through, okay, it would not have been able to blow this enormous chandelier in an outward fast motion and not blow any of the others.
And it just so
Right.
happens to be above his parents' head.
Above his parents, and it was the only one. It was the only one, and his mom looked up and was just started crying, of course.
Oh my goodness.
But so what do you guys think of that, being that one of you is a believer, one is like borderline believer? What do you think it could have been?
Go ahead. Bill.
I believe that people have, if you want to call it a soul, you can call it a soul.
Okay.
I believe there is something like I do. I don't know if it's just because of the way I was brought up. I do believe in God, but I don't believe in it as I'm a deist, right? I'm not a Baptist like I was raised up. I think that the King James Bible is, and I'm going to piss off some people, but the King James Bible was written by 42 men that couldn't agree on what it should say. They left shit out on purpose. They changed it on purpose. So I don't have a hard time with the King James Bible, even though I know it backwards and forwards, right? But I've been in positions where when somebody dies and like if they're looking you in the eye and you see that you see that light, for lack of a better word, just leave it when people, I don't know how to explain it, but I mean you could call it just the brain or whatever shutting down, but when you see the light go out of somebody's eyes when they die, there's a God, I sound stupid.
No, you don't. We're
there's something there. I don't know how to describe it in physical terms.
It's energy.
That's the thing, and energy can't be created or destroyed. It just changes forms.
I believe that. Yes.
And so it moved on to something else, I believe.
So what do you think, though, being like a middle of the road kind of guy, believer, not believer, what do you think about what happened? I mean, could you logically think of, I know what it was, but say for somebody like you, right? What do you think it could be? If it wasn't Brian, what else could it have been that would make that heavy chandelier spin in an outward. So it wasn't just like straight up and down spinning around. It was an outward, swing. What do you think? It could have been if it wasn't Brian.
I'm not saying that it wasn't him. I'm open to that possibility.
Right.
But
say
again,
you were a
like
skeptic.
if I had the opportunity, I would say, okay, did a train go by close that could have shook the earth? But the thing is, if that doesn't happen, if that's the only time it ever happened, then I would chalk that up to it could very well have been something with him.
Right. I just wanted to know what you would think it like. Some of the other people thought, oh, well, shoot, I'm going to go check the air vents. I'm going to see if the air conditioning could have blown it, but they couldn't find anything that would have ever done that. So, but I just wanted, like, it on your skeptic side, what would you have automatically gone to? Like,
Most skeptics.
I would have automatically gone to, is there a highway nearby where a big truck could have went, and shook the earth enough to cause that, or something like that. But
okay,
that would probably happen regularly, or every so often. But
yeah,
it never happened before, and
swinging outward in a circular motion and very fast.
Mm-hmm.
Like it wasn't a rumble. It wasn't like an earthquake swinging back and forth. It wasn't like that. It was literally like motion pushing this thing outer. Yeah, so you have this chandelier freaking swinging out to the sides, basically. You know what I'm saying? Like that swing at the fair, you get on that swing and it flies out in a more, circular motion like that.
The super swing.
Mm-hmm.
You sit in the swing and go fly. I always thought that my swing was going to fall off and I was going to end up like in a hot dog stand somewhere.
It's happened before. I watch these like really horrific, creepy ass shows, and there's some just dedicated to amusement park rides.
You want to hear a true story?
Man, it's crazy. I won't get on anything like that. I never have.
Yeah. Okay.
I used to love that shit.
I'll tell you a true story that happened to me. And my brother could vouch for me if my brother was ever here. So we had a local carnival that used to come around. It was like a minute from my house. And it used to come every year. We would look forward to it. And, we would wait for bracelet day, so that you could go on all the rides continuously.
Yes.
And there was like I guess like three like big boy rides, right? Like if you got like they were like the scariest rides that you could go on. So I'm growing up. I don't remember exactly how old I was. Maybe I was like 10. I wasn't very old at all. And there was this one that was called the Super Loop. I don't know, or the Ring of Fire that it's been called. And it's basically the ride is it's a circle and it's got this thing that's like, I guess it's like a train with it's got a front carriage and all the carriages are connected, and it would just all it did was spin in the circle, and then it would get hung up on the top and like spin around. That's what the ride was. So but
is it like that? It's like you get inside the carriage and it spins around and you go upside down.
Yeah, it's like it looks like a snake or kind of like.
Yeah, and it just goes around like that, right? Like
that's all it does. Like
I won't get on that either. None of that.
So we go on this thing, and like this is my first time on the ride. Like you got to be a certain height to get on the ride, and they so it had one bar that clamped down over your legs.
Yep.
And I was a little guy at the time, and when it got to the top, I slipped out underneath the bar, and I'm like standing up inside of this thing.
Oh my god!
And I start freaking out.
Yep.
My brother's like trying to kick the bar up so I could get back underneath it, and he's trying to calm me down, and I'm flipping out.
Oh my god!
So they heard me freaking out at the top, the carnival guy, and
I'm surprised.
he brought it. Yep, he brought the ride down, and he came over and unclipped it. And luckily, nothing happened to me. I got off the ride, and he was like, "You're not allowed to ride this anymore." I was like, "You think I'm gonna
That's
go back?"
the thing. That's
No.
the thing about those rides. So you shouldn't have been on that ride, and they should not have let you on that ride. And there's
Yeah.
a lot of these videos that I watch, and a lot of that happens, and I've never heard it to where the person doesn't fly out and die. So you're super lucky.
Oh, I mean, I literally slipped out from underneath the bar, and I'm like, like I was like holding the ceiling, and like it was craziness. Like,
Yep.
I don't know. I don't remember if it was wide open, so like that you could actually fall out of the car. I don't think it was. I think it was enclosed, but after that, it got me really freaked out. Like, and then I remember one time I went to this water park in New Jersey, and since then they've actually made a Netflix special about this exact water park that I went to. And I remember when we went to it vividly because it was my sister's first kid that she ever had, and first time she ever got pregnant. She let us know on this trip that we went on. So there was 4 of us, and all of us got dinged up in one shape or the other. Like they had these little medical booths, and like the lines to these medical booths were crazy. And nothing super bad happened, but I went on this one ride, and it was like this raft that follows the water around.
Yes, there's been deaths on that too, like a whole family killed.
My brother, there was no seatbelts in it.
Right.
The 4 of us are just basically you sit down inside of this raft thing that.
Yes, it's a round tube.
Yeah, and my brother literally got like when it went through a certain part.
All right, hold on 1 second, guys. I gotta address something real quick.
Okay.
Hey, Community Leaks, why don't you come up here and give us a preview?
I want to say hi to Aiken. I invited my friend Aiken. I don't think he's been here before. And he's in the chat.
There he is.
Welcome you, Aiken.
Welcome, Aiken.
Yeah, he's a really good friend of mine. I told him your channel's cool, and Edwards and Locksmith.
This is Bill's birthday stream.
Yep, birthday.
Well, it wasn't supposed to be. I wasn't going to put that out there, but thanks anyway.
Happy birthday, Bill.
Yeah, birthdays are important. I'm glad someone put it out there.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, let me do happy birthday song really quick before we move on then, okay?
Go ahead.
Okay, ready? Set. Let me clear my throat here. Okay. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Bill. Happy birthday to you. And many more on channel 44.
I don't really want that many more, but thank you.
What a sweetie singing you happy birthday like that, Bill.
Well, it's a birthday party. Can't have a birthday party without happy birthday song.
No, that was really cool. What's your name, Angela?
Yeah, birthdays are very important. They really are.
I agree.
And you should celebrate it and celebrate your life with your friends and people that love and care about you. And it looks like you're doing that. So.
And Bill he's just.
Yeah, I'll get a copyright strike now.
Well, I didn't color on your stream, so you should be okay. So I
don't give a fuck anyway.
Colored and gonna make chili beans and cornbread. So as long as you don't do that, you should be okay.
I love cornbread. I'm not crazy about the beans, but I love cornbread.
JT Colfax says song is copy protected.
Mm-hmm. Hey,
So-
I'm not worried. I'm not really worried about me community leaks because I don't really give a fuck. But
Yeah, what is this person going on?
trust me. Actually, I think because we mentioned the other truth seeker, that might be them. I'm not sure because
Oh, so
they
we're
been
talking
around in a
about
while. But
Truth Seeker from the Vegas pocket where Edward and I came from.
no, that's the cool truth seeker. But there's another
Yes.
truth seeker that was gonna expose me and all this kind of shit. That
Right. So that's why
they kind of fills it out. But I don't know for sure that that's who this is. But it could be because I haven't seen him for a while. But
saying they're gonna do
well,
something.
I'll tell you what,
release-
community leaks. Believe me, I know things that would blow your mind that I've kept my mouth shut about for a long time. And the way people keep dragging me behind my back, I'm getting ready to pop off on all of them.
I know that feeling. I just uploaded a bird squawking because it reminded me of a lady that just won't shut her fucking mouth and keeps squawking. So there was a bird on my fence this morning, and he was just squawking away.
Have you ever heard about the weird things?
Is it a channel? Is it a channel?
I don't know.
I'm waiting for him to answer. Where'd he go?
Can you guys hear me?
Now?
Hello?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
We can hear you.
Me now?
Yep.
I apologize.
That's okay. So say
Did
that
you ask
again.
me a question, Angela? Did you guys ever hear about? Yeah, because you had just said something about a bird.
Yes.
Have you ever heard about the strange relationships you could have with a crow?
Yeah, I actually know of somebody that had a crow and did exactly that.
I when I was growing up, you know, we used to have to walk to school, and there was always this crow on the way, and like we could have sworn that like this same crow, like you could always find him on the way when you were walking to school. But like as I got older, I seen these crazy things about these relationships that a crow you can form with a crow. Like if you keep feeding him and they know like that you're like a friendly person and that you're looking out for them.
Yeah, totally.
Start dropping off these little gifts.
Right.
Like crazy things, like really interesting little artifacts, and they drop them in places that like they know the person's gonna find them.
So cute.
Like, yeah, isn't it? Like I never heard of that before. I was like, man, and I actually looked outside.
Hey, Bill.
Sorry, Bill. What?
He's just
saying hi to Bill Evans.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, it's just I get into things like that. So there's some crows that have been showing up on my power lines, and I'm gonna start feeding them to see if they'll drop me a gift.
Right. Yeah, I know of this lady that like had one since it was a baby and like raised it and kept it as a pet and everything.
Yeah.
Community leaks. Are you here spreading your birthday cheer? I know we always have someone gonna expose.
They probably think they just know shit. But the thing is like I know here's the deal. I have always like fought against this kind of shit, but like I am so aggravated with years and years of knowing shit about people and keep my fucking mouth shut.
Right.
And then they turn around and fucking drag me and stab me in the back. And I'm really, really getting sick of it. So I don't know.
Yeah, there shouldn't be as much drama in this community as there is, in my opinion. There's so much crap that gets thrown around sometimes. Like,
is having recorded phone calls, knowing shit. Why do you guys record phone calls in the first place? It happens in my pockets too. I find that so ridiculous. Like when you're a friend with somebody, why the fuck would you record your phone calls?
Oh, you're not a real friend.
That's the thing. I don't.
I've never done
I don't.
No.
I have recorded some because I knew that like shit was gonna happen later, and I hate that. I don't record every phone call, but I fucking should because shit gets said that fucking people are lying about, and I can't prove that I had that phone call with them.
Yeah, I'm
But
saying
the thing
if
is other
Yeah,
people
there's
record phone calls and then give them to me, so I do have a lot of shit
I just think that like
that I haven't put out.
when you're friends with somebody,
Yes.
okay,
I
and you're recording them, you're already thinking in your head you're gonna fuck him over someday.
yeah.
To me,
I
that's what it says. Like when you're friends, you're recording them, and then it's already in your head that you're gonna fuck that friend over.
or that you're going to use
Right.
it for something.
Or
Like,
or you got to protect yourself. I mean, the phone calls that I've recorded, it was because I knew I was going to have to protect myself. It wasn't that I was out to get anybody. It was that I knew that they were lying about shit, and
Yeah. that's totally
Right.
different, Bill. That's totally different. This
I
is
was-
like you're
I was
recording-
thinking that's the difference, but I'm saying when you're a close personal friend with somebody,
Yeah.
and you're recording their call just because you're already thinking in your head, I'm gonna fuck this person over someday. That's what I'm
for
talking.
me, it's not about that. For me, it's about fucking probably having to defend myself later or defend somebody else. It's usually
Well, yeah.
usually about somebody else, but
Right. So I guess people are trying to get the link to this community links, but nobody's dropping the link for it.
the room is popping off. Put that link up there, Bill. It's the birthday link.
what link?
The link for the chat room, Angela?
No, they want, I think, community leaks link or something.
They probably have a. If you're modded, you can click on their profile pic and go to their channel. I am interested because there is a lot of shit that has been going on for a while and still going on, and fucking people constantly backstabbing each other. That they say that they're your friend, but in the meantime they fuck you over. Not necessarily that they're trying to fuck you over, but
Yeah.
shit goes wrong, and then they want to just shed all responsibility and fucking put it all on
And
me.
no,
I'm
Edward
getting sick of that kind of shit, to be honest with you.
So some red one says, doesn't Ed do that, Angela? No, he does not record phone calls when he's friends with you to get even with you later. No, he doesn't do that. I've known Edward for many, many years on a personal level, and he doesn't do that. So,
I mean, sometimes you have to protect yourself. Yeah.
and I'm not going to fight with anybody over Edward.
Ed was just in here.
I back up Edward no matter what Edward does, so people could get over that.
Yeah, I like Ed. Ed, he's a,
Edward's my friend no matter what he does. So people can
But,
get
I mean, here's the deal with like that channel that like the community they shut down, which I don't think they should have, but they posted shit about me on there, but didn't tell the whole fucking story, so it made it just sound a certain way. But they only posted part of the conversation. Shit like that, when they take shit out of context, fucking happens a lot.
processing intel. That's hilarious. We will post soon. This person's trying to sound like he's like that anonymous channel.
Yeah, I know. They're probably full of shit, most likely, but
Q
just give me
follower.
an excuse to vent.
We will be posting it soon. It is processing the intel. We just post facts and truth. Oh,
Hey,
boy, that's scary.
Hold on a second. Community leaks. It's funny because we were just talking about the other truth seeker, and then they show up talking just like them. So, community leaks. Are you one of the truth seeker people?
Yeah, because there's lots of truth seekers out there, you know.
Yeah. Well, I mean, one in particular was supposedly coming at me pretty hard, but it kind of fizzled out.
Real, I'm just reading what he's saying, and when people talk like that, I have to laugh. I just have to. I mean, it's funny to me. I'm not trying to discredit anything. Nobody is.
They're most likely full of shit, but
with any other channel, and it was a joke. You know of Anonymous, right? Community Leaks Anonymous that does the drops, you know? It just sounded like that to me, so it was funny.
Right on.
True that.
All too
I am. If they really have anything, I am interested because there is shit that I know about and
depends
never
where.
said anything. I just wonder what fucked up bullshit they found out.
Right. Exactly. Is there any
Because
mods
there's a
in
lot.
your chat? Is there any mods in your chat to drop his link? I mean, I could go to the
I don't know.
computer,
I'm not.
click on it, and figure it out myself. But we have obtained a recorded call of a prominent member that will need to be put out soon. Okay. All right.
Well, I mean, community leaks. I got some shit too. I wasn't planning on putting it out because I don't want to fuck with it. But if people want to keep blaming shit on me that I didn't do, then I don't know. Something might happen.
Hi, LBG. Ed is far from perfect and makes mistakes. That's right. He does, Jen. I never said he was perfect.
Everybody does.
Yep.
No one's perfect.
Never said he was perfect. It's pretty funny. Nope. No one's perfect. No one ever will be. Everybody's going to make mistakes. That's how life goes. Pulled from donating money to the wrong people.
I can support that.
This is Bill's birthday, yes.
Yes, it's his birthday. He doesn't like us to keep talking about it, but yes. But he gets stuff.
Everybody fucks up, man. I fuck up all the time. I'm not saying that I don't.
Does. Yeah.
But my problem is like I'm constantly getting blamed for shit that like I didn't do or other people were involved in it, and I take all the heat and don't say anything. You know what I mean? So I'm willing to do that.
Right.
You know, whatever.
But he gets stuff wrong too. Yes, he does get stuff wrong, Jen. We all do. No one's perfect. Remember that. Nobody.
Sure.
And we all get stuff wrong. We always
are anti. Hey, I'll support that community links. Like I really haven't seen any of your shit, but anti-grifter and anti-clout chaser, I'll get behind that. Thank you, Bill Evans. Yeah, I mean, I was in the early days. I was trying to not be a drama channel, but like it just, I can't stop it. You know what I mean? I would rather talk about how sea monkeys are oppressed. You know.
I'll be right back. I'm gonna go to my computer so I can click on this dude's name. I'll be right back.
Right on.
I'm back. Bill, can you still hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah? Okay.
What's going on, Jenny? What's going on, Sam? What's going on, Freya? Hey, thank you, Freya. If I missed anybody when they came in, like I've been busy bullshitting, so if I missed saying hello to you, then I'm sorry. But you're right. There's too many grifters in here and clout chasers and people that just want to
stir the pot.
Fucking have panels that just fucking like 8 hours of dragging other people, and yeah, fuck that.
Yeah, I'm not into that. You know, like I just most of the time I'm just trying to have a good time, and I just pop in here and hang out and chat with everybody.
Right. I really want to focus on sea monkeys' rights, you know?
I know you're hardcore into that.
People don't take it seriously though. They don't believe that. God, somebody's got some noise going on in the background.
Oh, it might be me, Bill. Hang on.
There you go. Thank you.
Is that better?
Yeah,
All right. Sorry, Bill.
that's all right. Thanks. I lost my train of thought. People don't take me seriously when I talk about, I do identify as a sea monkey, and I always have. I just kept it to myself, and it's just bullshit how we are treated. We should have equal rights. I'm not saying more rights than anybody. I'm just saying equal. We don't want to take over shit. We just want to live normal.
Well, for years, you guys were beat mercifully for coming out.
We still are.
You still, there's still some of that going on.
Oh yeah.
It's terrible. I'm not for the abuse of sea monkeys. I just want to keep them where they are.
Well, that's the thing. We are taken out of our homes, and man, there's an echo going on. You're gonna have to mute yourself or something.
Echoing again?
Yeah.
Hang on. How's that, Bill?
I think that's better. Thank you. Oh shit, no. Maybe it's not you.
Maybe it's because Angela's switching over to her computer.
I'll try something here.
If I
see if
keep
that
causing
works.
the problem, I'll leave. Okay, Bill?
Actually, I just muted her to check it, and it's not you. I'm sorry about that.
Like,
So
my
yeah,
other stream is paused.
it wasn't you, dude. I had to mute Angela. It was her. It wasn't you. So I'm sorry about that.
Okay, all right. You got me panicking.
But
there,
yeah, I just want sea monkeys to. That's the thing. People think that it's cute and funny, and they think they're doing us a favor by taking us out of our natural habitat, mutating us, and putting us into little fucking tanks so we can fucking amuse you. Tell me what part of that is fair, Why can't we just, if we're going to be brought into the human world, why can't we be equal to humans? We ought to be able to go to restaurants. We ought to be able to go to titty bars. We ought to be able to vote. We're not that different. We're just a little smaller. We have the same thoughts, feelings, and emotions, and we're literally kidnapped from our natural habitat and put into little tiny tanks for your fucking amusement. Tell me how that's fair.
Angela's asking you to do something, Bill.
Okay. Yeah, I can't do anything right now.
And she's muted. She's back on there.
I'm back.
Okay, there you go. Yeah, I had to mute you because we're getting a lot of background noise.
Oh, sorry about that.
It let me unmute her.
It's all the birds and stuff, I think. Are you still getting bad noise?
I don't think so right now, but it's feedback from something is what it was.
Okay, because I can flip my settings. Sometimes I go like in a tunnel.
Right, I think that's better.
Let's see.
But yeah, sea monkeys, we don't really like I have no drama in my sea monkey world, other than us trying to we don't even want you to go out of your way to accommodate us. We just want equal access is all.
I don't believe that there's no drama in the sea monkey community.
Well,
So I
there really
asked,
isn't because we're all focused on the same thing. We are all focused together on something right now. Now, if we ever get our goals achieved and we get bored, I'm sure that there will be drama then. Um, but right now, like we just want to be able to get married, you know, shit like that. We're not asking a whole lot.
who's going to get married?
He's talking about
monkeys.
the plight of sea monkeys
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
fighting for his rights and stuff.
So
I
I went
identify
to
as a
the
sea monkey.
channel, and it's a brand new channel created on the 26th. I think that's today.
Hmm.
It is today.
But they got nothing on it.
No, he just created the account.
Yeah, that's what I figured.
I think like 8 subs.
Well, I mean, that's what they're trying to do right now, and it's working beautifully. They're just trying to get some subs on there, whether they ever put anything on it or not. So that's kind of what I thought. But the thing is like there really is so much bullshit out there that's never come out publicly, and really, I don't want it to, but if it does, I don't know. I might just
Yes.
step back like I have been, you know.
Community leaks, you definitely have everybody start somewhere, that's for sure.
Right. They left a comment on my last live so people can go and click it. All right.
All right. I don't know why someone can't just drop it in the dang chat.
I don't think I think I sent, or on my mods, I think went to watch Alex's catch.
Oh, okay. All right. I dropped something, but it didn't work, so I deleted it.
Yeah, I'll have to mod you. I got to remember to do that.
Mods are useless. That's not nice.
Jen is asking Bill what you got for your birthday today for anything sea monkey related, Bill.
I'll tell you guys this. I'm going to see my family later today.
Very nice.
But I was with my whole family a couple of weeks ago. You know, like all my kids were there. And they're like my son's girlfriends and my daughter's fiance. Everybody's there,
That's
you know, my
awesome.
parents are there, and I sit everybody down, you know, I'm all serious, like, and I'm like, guys, I gotta tell you something, and like immediately I could see the blood running out of their faces. Like later on, they were like, my son was like, I thought you were gonna say you were gay or something. He's like, damn it, Dad, but anyway, I set them all down. I'm like, okay, well, I got you all here. I got to tell you something. You might want to sit, you know, and I just played it out like I do here. And I'm like, you know, my whole life I felt different.
Oh God!
And that was the point. That was the point when I could see the blood right out of their faces.
You really
Like my whole
started it
life I
out
felt
like that,
different.
buddy.
Oh yeah, I played it all the way through,
I
but they
love
know
it.
how I am. So
I love it.
you know, but anyway, I'm like, I've always felt different. I've never really felt like everybody else. And I mean, you guys know that. And I just played it out, man. I'm like, deep down, like I've always known I was a sea monkey.
Oh
And then
my
of course
God.
they all laughed, and I'm like, guys, I'm not joking. I've never felt like, you know,
Oh gosh.
I had them going for a while, but yeah, it was fun.
They're probably like,
So
Dad, I think you need to get off YouTube. Stop learning.
I am expecting to get something sea monkey related today.
That's funny. Do you have grandkids?
Yeah, I have 1 9-month-old.
Oh, very cool. Very cool. I have a Maverick's he'll be 4 in April. And then we have little baby Isla, which is Maverick's sister. And she
What a
is
cute
just a few months old.
That's a neat name, Isla.
Thank you. Yeah, Maverick and Isla. And it's so fun. We see them very often, my daughter and our family.
Yeah.
Lot of fun. I love being a Grammy.
Yeah. Unfortunately, I don't have any kids. I have a bunch of nieces and 1 nephew.
Very cool. Do you get to be around them?
Oh yeah, all the time.
That's awesome. That's fun.
Like my
Well, see,
sister lives one street over from me, so
well,
yeah.
you get the best of both worlds. Then you can have them and give them back.
Yeah, the return policy.
You could be the fun one and give them back. It's great,
It is.
you
That's
know.
why. That's why I always I have. There's four of us, and they each have 2 kids. I have 0, and my sister lives one street over, so her girls are over here all the time. I invite them over for dinner, and
Yeah.
then when they have their little scooters, they go scooting right back one street over.
Real One is trying to say Community Leaks is locksmith confirmed.
Oh,
Yeah, it could be. I'm not saying it's not. I don't know.
Oh, you're a great grandma, Jen? That's awesome.
I mean, like, Locksmith knows a lot of shit too that I don't know if he's ever said. So it could be him.
Yeah, I won't be a great grandma for
is
many
he just
years.
Angela, you look good for a grandmother.
Thank you. I'm a cool Grammy.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
It's funny. I'll wear. I don't know if you guys know who Zach Wild is, or Black Label Society, or Slipknot, or any of them.
Yeah.
But I wear.
I love all that.
I wear one of my shirts, and he's like, "Grammy, that's Zach Wild. Grammy, that's Slipknot." He knows them all. So
Yeah.
I asked him for his birthday, "Do you want me to get you Zach Wild shirts?" And he said, "Yeah." He was so excited. So he wants some more shirt.
Black Sabbath in concert, but Zach Wild, he wasn't the guitarist, and it was Tony Iommi.
Okay. Okay.
One of the coolest shows I've actually ever been to, really. I wasn't even that familiar with Black Sabbath when I went. I was more interested in like the bands that played before, like Power Man 5000 was there. There was all sorts of bands. It was Ozfest. And
yeah, I've gone to several Ozfests. Lots of fun.
Oh man, it was.
Yeah,
I love the rock concerts. I love the concerts.
Oh yeah, I just feel alive at them. Like
it's great. I love Zach Wild. I've seen him many times at the little hole in the wall bars in San Jose.
That would be awesome.
He even jumped off the stage and played right like in front of me. I have the video, and I'm like screaming like a lunatic.
Oh my god!
But to me, he's the finest guy in the world, and he's the best guitarist in the world. That is my opinion.
He's a total beast on the guitar.
I love him.
Yeah.
I play him a lot on my channel. Everybody knows I'm a Zach Wild freak.
I listen to I'm
really,
not like huge. I do really like Zach Wild, but I'm not really huge into Black Label Society. But that song "Fire It Up" that's on my playlist.
He is amazing at acoustic too. My favorite song by Zach is "Bleed for Me," acoustic style. I love it.
I'm glad you're saying this because I'm really into music. Like me and Bill were talking last night. I listen to everything really. From oldies, country, rap, old school rap, none of this new stuff.
You should check out my music playlist. I have lots of playlists on my channel, and music is one of them. And it's a lot of the music I play on my channel, too.
Oh, I would love to check it out.
Yeah, you can.
I was just telling Bill, man, because Bill told me today that he plays the guitar. I was like, you should have a jam session on here and play the guitar.
I'd totally come. I'd sit on panel with you guys too.
Yeah,
I like that kind of stuff.
I play this game called Game of Thrones, Angela, and there's like a whole community of nerds just like me.
Mm-hmm.
And I had a buddy named Magic who he used to play the guitar, and he would come in and just jam out for us.
Yeah,
lot of fun. It's just everyone's hanging out, playing music, talking and chatting. It's super
Yeah, I
fun.
love it. We've done that on Nick's channel a few times because he plays in a band, and
Mhm.
we've live streamed a few of his, gigs live, and
Yeah.
it's so much fun. It's just a blast.
Let me know if something like that ever pops up. I would love
Can
to.
you find my channel?
Of course.
And then, because like when we're gonna do something on Nick's, I'll post it.
What's
or
your
for
channel?
Angela G.
Yeah, I've heard that Hebrew's back too, and
I've heard you
he's
guys
trying
have
to
two
say,
I subscribe to your channel, okay?
Awesome. Yeah, you'll see all the playlists that I have set up of things I'm interested in, and one's a music playlist. A lot of my Zach stuff is in there.
I would be. I love listening to people, musicians play the acoustic.
Yeah,
Like if they're like, and I would love to hear Zach Wild play the acoustic.
he is truly amazing with his acoustic stuff. Like, he's so
I don't
versed.
doubt it.
I mean, he can do those hardcore metal songs, and then he can just settle down and do all of these acoustic songs. And he's done a lot of songs in remembrance for Dimebag Darrell. In This River was dedicated to Dimebag, and Like a Bird. It's one of my favorite songs. But Bleed for me
Who's
is my
Dimebag
top
Darrell?
favorite. Dimebag played with wasn't it Pantera?
Pantera, yeah.
He got killed
He
on the
was
stage
he was
while playing.
yeah he was playing with oh god, what's this other band's name? Yeah, he was playing a small venue on stage, and this fucking psycho just walked up and shot him and a couple other
Yep.
people.
Died in his brother's arms right there on stage too. Yeah.
Isn't it crazy how many musicians have died way before their time?
Oh gosh, yeah. It's so
Well, yeah, I mean,
sad.
John Lennon got shot, and like a lot of them died of drugs. Like I was lucky
Janus.
enough that I saw Alice in Chains and Nirvana back when they were all still alive, and
Oh my God, Bill! I
like
watched
Lane
a
Staley's
special
dead, and
on that guy. I watched a special on that Alice in Chains guy. Oh, it's so tragic.
I bet some of those I mean, I'm surprised. So my favorite hair metal band, because I was 80s rocker chick all the way, and I've seen them all in concert. But Motley Crue is my number one, always has been, always will be. But I can't believe
I
they're
love
all
Motley
still-
Crue, but they suck live, man.
Well,
I really
old
like
now.
Motley Crue, but
They're old now. They're old now.
well, no,
Which one is
even when
Motley Crue?
even back when they were younger, they still sucked live, because I mean the music was great, but like Vince Neil only sings like every other word, and you can't.
Well,
I was pretty disappointed when I saw him live.
I've seen them
Crue
live
the guy
multiple.
that had that Dayton show? Is Motley Crue the guy? Is it Bret Michaels? Is that his name?
No, that's Poison.
No, that's Poison.
Okay.
Yep.
Vince Neil is the singer for Motley Crue.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep, he's blonde. And back in the day, though, when I was 16, 17, 18, 19, going to see them in concert all the time, to me, they were badass.
Yeah.
Or I wouldn't have liked them. I mean, they were my favorite, still are, of back in my favorite era.
There was a small club not far from me that I used to go to all the time, but they would have big bands there. Like I saw Seven Dust and Pearl Jam and Damage Plan. That was it.
Yes, thank you. I knew somebody would know that. Damn it. Yes, thank you.
My very first live show I ever went to, Bill, was who was the opener? It was a band that, but there was a, I forget the opener, but it was another really good band. And then it was Seven Dust and Creed. And I
Mhm.
Okay.
never been to a live anything before, like, and all of a
Yeah.
sudden, wham! Like it was. After that, I was like a concert junkie everywhere. Like I just, you want to know the most
I
disappointed
saw.
I've ever been at a concert? Metallica. I
Really?
seen Metallica play at the Summer Sanitarium tour, and like I'm a huge Metallica fan, and it was one of the most disappointing shows that I ever been to.
Really?
JFK. I love
I like
Leonard
their older
Skinner
stuff.
too.
I like their older stuff, but everything after the Black Album just sucked, except for their last one. Like they lost me when they started playing that gay shit.
Yeah, I
Zippity.
like the gay
Did
shit.
Zippity, did you recently see Motley Crue? Because I know someone else that recently saw them and they said they were horrible. I wouldn't go see them now because I want to remember them how they were. Like I went to their very last concert where they did their last tour, and that was the last one, and I won't go see them again because I heard they were terrible and I don't want to even think that about them. We saw Slipknot before they were even big, like on a side stage.
Yeah,
I
me
wish
too.
I would have saw a Slip. Like I'm not a huge Slipknot fan, but there are definitely certain songs that I like that Slipknot not does.
Oh,
Listen
I love
to the
Slipknot.
song Dead Memories. That is my favorite Slipknot song.
I
Dead
Yeah,
will,
Memories.
because like
yeah.
I like some of them, like certain. I don't even know the names of the ones that I like, but like I
Probably
do.
Dead.
Psychosocial. And then there's a
What?
video with an older redhead lady. My little grandson Maverick at 3 years old started saying, that's Grammy's song.
Yeah,
So he'll
I
say,
have a
"Let-
I have a
play
playlist
Unsane."
that has like 8 depressing songs on it. When I'm feeling depressed, I play that over and over again, which happens a lot. But I've got Snuff on there. That's
Yeah,
one of my
Snuff is great.
dark mood. Yeah.
Yeah, Snuff it. I like all those sad, dreary songs. They make me feel better.
oh, that's why there's an
Hmm.
industry. That's why there's a multi-billion-dollar industry dedicated to it. I mean, music can help you, get through depression, love sickness,
I love
anger.
singing, and that helps. I did do like music and singing on my channel for a while, but I have to dial in my microphone equipment. I think I'm even going to get a different microphone because I don't like this one. But once I get it dialed in, I'm going to start doing this. I still play music, but the
Mhm.
singing doesn't come through quite great yet. I don't have that mastered down through the
Yeah.
equipment. So I'm going to work on that more. And I actually had somebody coming over to dial it in for me, and then we mutually canceled it. So I
Yeah,
have to reschedule.
I'd love to hear you play.
I
I used to
just
play
sing with the
on
music.
uh, Instagram live every now and then with a few people. I miss doing that, but like all my shit's packed away. I
I
play more guitar than anything, but I would sing every now and then.
I love to sing. That's what I like to do.
Like I never wanted to be a singer, but like nobody else wanted to sing, and like the people that tried with us really sucked. It's hard to find a good singer for an amateur band.
I mean,
But I would try to emulate Lane Staley and Phil Anselmo and I would try to emulate all them. So like my singing voice is kind of a combination of all them. You know what I mean?
yeah,
I
It's
look
hard for me
to
to get it back now. I got to scream for like a half an hour before I can get my voice back to
my
sing.
favorite style is Ann Wilson from Heart. She's my number one. I've seen her in concert numerous times too, in small venues. She's my number one. Like I bow down to her. She's an influence of mine hugely. Uh, who else? Patsy Cline is a huge influence.
She's country, right?
Yep. I love singing country. I don't sing rock to save my life. I do it, but I don't sound good. I do it because I love to. I don't care, I just like to have fun.
Yeah, that's
So
why you should.
I'll sing it anyways. I am practicing though Zach Wild's Bleed for Me acoustic. I'm practicing that one. And then Zombies, what's that song?
Big Zombie fan. Love Zombie.
There's one song they cover of what's that name of that group? It's a well-known song by the Cranberries, but I like it the way Zombies sings it.
Yeah.
I don't know if you know what song I'm talking about, but then
what's it called?
Well,
it's the song that the Cranberries did. It's a very popular song.
Zombie. I mean, a few people covered Zombie.
Zombie. That's what we're saying. The song Zombie.
Oh, okay, yeah. Okay, so the band.
What was it called? The Wolves. What was that band's name? They did it really good.
That is my favorite version, and it was cute.
She was supposed to sing it with them, but that she fucking died while she was there when she was going to sing it with them.
That's right. But I love that song.
Yeah, that's a great song.
I have a recording of my grandson playing the drums at 3, of course. Not playing them, but he has a drum set. And we had it on the TV and I recorded us and I'm singing like intensely and he's totally playing the drums and it's so cute.
Yeah. I know.
But yeah.
One of the girls is just got into music and she's got interested in the guitar and I hope she sticks with it so much.
I've seen Joan Jett in concert when I was like 14 at my local fairgrounds right down the street.
Wow.
Yeah, it was great. I got to drive my aunt's big old, we called it a hoopty.
Yeah.
And I drove it with one of her kids with no driver's license because I was really too young to be driving. And drove us to the concert, blew my aunt's speakers out. And then I remember my aunt accusing me of blowing the speakers out. And I'm like, no, I didn't do that. It was, I made up some stupid ass excuse why the speakers got blown out. Over hoopty.
Sorry, Ani.
I know, it's like, well, they wouldn't go loud enough, so I had to keep turning them up.
Doesn't that suck when you can't get something loud enough? You just want to jam out to it.
Yes.
You're like, you want to rip your hair out.
I've never heard of Classless Act. I don't know of any of the newer bands or if they were like Nirvana style. I don't know any of those bands because I know many of you probably like Nirvana. I like some of his music now, but he's the one that ruined my era and then fucking died. So I hold him accountable for ruining my era.
I grew up in the Nirvana era. But
okay.
Here's a question for you, Bill. Bill's on mute right now. Okay. I'll ask him when he comes back. Yeah, Nirvana was I'm 42 years old, so they were great in like I don't understand why like they say Nirvana is such a great songwriter. I don't understand what that means. Like
I don't know either.
Yeah, why like they got a couple songs that are like okay for me to listen to.
Right.
But I just didn't understand the big craze about Nirvana.
Me neither. I didn't. I was mad at him.
Yeah.
I'm like, thanks a lot, because there was a lot of upcoming bands like LA Guns, Bang Tango, and a lot of them got left out because they came in right at the end of that cusp of the metal. And we'll never hear metal like it was before. Like, that sound. I'm 51. Mm-hmm. So it's like there was a certain sound. Like if Metallica started, you knew who it was. If Poison started, you knew who it was. If Judas Priest started, or Scorpions, or, any of those bands, you knew who it was because they each had this distinctive sound but it was that sound.
Yeah.
And you just don't get that anymore. Everything sounds the same now.
Yeah. I agree. I would say out of like newer stuff, most of the new stuff I listen to is country actually. Like
I go back and forth. So my other favorite, I forgot to mention, is Lisa Marie Presley. Phenomenal singer, in my opinion, and I love all of her music.
Lisa Marie Presley? Is that
Yeah, Elvis's daughter. I did a tribute to her too because she recently died.
oh
So the tribute, I did do a
she
tribute
died
to her.
she that must have been she must have been young.
She was, and she left 2 11-year-old twins behind. And then she
Oh
does
my
have
God.
adult kids, but her oldest son committed suicide a few years back, and she just couldn't ever get
Get over that.
over that. But yeah, so she recently died. That's very sad, but she's a singer that I look up to as well for voice and things.
Voice
Class
voice wise, I'm a huge like of course like I like Adele.
I love Adele.
Yeah, Adele's like when I
She's
hear
another one.
her
Yeah.
voice, I'm like it's got
Yeah.
an effect on me.
I like the powerful.
Hey guys, sorry about
Voice.
that. Yeah, I loved Nirvana. Like I was into all the the I call it butt rock now, Poison, all that shit. It wasn't so much, and I can play and sing a few Poison songs, but the thing is, the only reason I had Poison in my tape deck was because if you could play Bret Michaels, you could get a hand job from a strange girl. You know what I mean? So that was why I had Poison in my car. But I was more into thrash stuff, like Metallica and like Biohazard and
All of
things like
them.
that. But
Right.
but yeah, when grunge came in, I really liked it. See, I was grunge before grunge was grunge. I wore ripped up jeans and flannel shirts because that's fucking what I had.
It's funny.
For Christmas, you would get jeans that were 2 sizes too big so you could grow into them, and you had them for so fucking long they would get ripped up. You know what I mean? So when grunge came in, I was already cool. So.
And we'd rip our own holes, and we did all that. Now these kids are buying ripped up stuff, and they're paying out the wazoo because they don't know how to like tear their own shit up and knot it and do all this stuff that us 80s rockers know how to do.
You're so right about that, Angela.
Yeah, like we could take a shirt and freaking make strings and do all this.
Well, people used to pay me to shoot their jeans with shotguns. They would bring me their jeans, give me $5, I'd take it home, blast each knee with a 12 gauge, and bring it back to them.
So Jen, this is kind of funny. So we went to see Def Leppard and Journey, okay? And we were there to see Def Leppard. So because Steve Perry wasn't the singer anymore, and I was like, I don't want to hear this. I want to, So we all took off to the beer thing, right? Because we're like, we can listen to that in the bar. So we
and Angela, there's something going on with your mic. Let me try to.
No, I'll do it.
It went like quiet, Angela.
I know.
Okay.
It does that.
It came back. Oh no!
I messed with your settings here, so.
Yeah. I have to mess with it. Happens to me often on my phone, and I know how to fix it. Did it fix it?
Yes, it was.
Yeah.
Go ahead, say something.
Did it fix it?
Yep.
That's better.
Yeah. So what
yes, Jen A. I know the Dead Kennedys very well. I was kind of into the punk stuff too.
Bill, I had a question for you.
Yeah.
You were gone. Why do they consider Kurt Cobain as like such a great songwriter? I'm like mildly like there's a couple of Nirvana songs like they're pretty good to me, but I don't understand why he was considered like such a like crazy songwriting talent. Like why do people say that about him?
Music is subjective. I personally think he wasn't a a complicated songwriter, but in my opinion, he was still a good songwriter. Because I remember when Nirvana first came out, and they everybody was playing Teen Spirit all over the place, and
Everywhere.
it was a rocking song, still is.
Yeah.
He kind of represented, and I don't want to get off into the political bullshit, but he kind of he appealed to a younger audience because his songs are all about the same anxiety that everybody else feels, you know, and he wrote it in such a way that people could relate to it.
And it was a different sound, probably.
Yeah, and it was something a little bit different than the glam metal everybody was listening to.
Right.
And I love glam. I still love glam metal. I love Motley Crue.
That's my era. My heart is with all those musicians. Always has been.
So yeah, I saw the change from, you know, when it went from glam metal to grunge. You know what I mean?
I was so mad.
I wasn't really mad. I mean, it did kind of blast a lot of the other bands, you know.
I think I'm still mad. I'm still mad about it.
Yeah, I understand that. A lot of people are, but like I just adapted, and I don't know. It wasn't really a hard change. I still listened to all the other stuff. But like when Alice in Chains came out, Alice in Chains is one of my all-time favorite bands. It's always my top three list. You know.
What song do they sing that's really good?
They have a lot of them, like "Man in the Box." That's probably their most popular one.
Oh,
I like them too. Yeah,
that is.
And I like Pearl Jam too. I do like Pearl Jam. They're mild, of course, but I do like Pearl Jam.
I like some. I'm not huge on Pearl Jam, but I do I love Even Flow. I love that song, and Jeremy.
There's the Last Kiss is a very good song. It's called The Last Kiss.
Yeah, I'm not.
And that's my favorite song by Pearl Jam.
Yeah. I was a fan of actually you guys would be like when I was growing up, like all I got to listen to was like what was on the radio. Like I remember someone telling me when I was young, like Metallica, I would see like people wearing Metallica and Pantera shirts, and I was like, who is Metallica? Like,
right.
And someone told me it was devil worshiping music.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
And
I survived the satanic panic of the 80s, man.
Yes.
Like I had to smuggle cassette tapes into my house with a Walkman, if anybody remembers Walkman.
I do.
I had to hide it because my mom and dad were so fucking religious. When they found my music, they would burn it. They would fucking.
Back then, if you went to a concert, like we went to a lot of them, you would literally see this group of people out there screaming in their big microphone things that we were all devil worshippers and we're gonna go to hell, and it was crazy.
So growing up, I didn't get to listen to all that music. I was like, all I got to listen to was like top 40 or whatever was on the radio.
Yeah.
And then I remember like my best friend growing up when I met him, and he introduced me to like the Doors.
Yeah.
You know, like all these rock bands, and then he got me into like the grunge stuff.
Oh, okay.
And then I got into like Metallica, and I was like, this music is great. Like I've been missing out on all this music all this time.
Funny.
Like, and because somebody said it was devil worship. Like,
oh yeah. My daughter, Manny and I started taking Cheyenne to concerts when she was 7. Her first concert was Megadeth and Sammy Hagar, and that was Stay on Green. And then after that, we started taking her to Scorpions, Heart. We took her to Ozfest. We took her to System of a Down. Our daughter started early learning about all this music. And I remember when she was in middle school, you know, she'd walk into a classroom and a teacher would be playing like Leonard Skinner and she'd know who it was. And the teacher would be like, how do you know? It's like, she was already going to concerts, you know, starting at 7. So
it's great. It's great.
Oh yeah. People used to make me You know, yeah, you used to copy cassette tapes, and like people would put AC/DC and Black Sabbath and
Yep.
all that kind of stuff on there for me. And like I
Yep.
literally had to smuggle it because my parents were
Yep.
convinced that anybody that listened to it, you know, people were getting sued. Judas Priest got
Yes,
sued because
they
a
did.
couple of guys killed themselves, and
Yep. Well,
they
because
actually had to go through court.
all those mothers came out and got the disclaimer put on all the music, and you know, claiming it was making people commit suicide, and if you play Motley Crue backwards, it's the devil. And it's like none of those
Mhm.
people were devil worshippers. Okay, they weren't.
No,
Okay.
Right.
What
not
any?
at all.
Well,
Yeah.
you had like King Diamond is
Oh,
you know,
King
hardcore
Diamond.
devil worshiper, but
He is. Yeah. But like
um
the main
the thing
band.
is like people were convinced that AC/DC stood for Antichrist, Devil's Child, which it didn't.
I know.
Or like Kiss, the way they spelled their,
Love
you know,
Kiss.
Kiss
We saw
supposedly stood for Knights in Satan's Service,
We
and
saw them too, and they really put on a show. Rob Zombie puts on a show, I'll tell you.
yeah,
Love
yeah.
Zombie.
Yeah,
Love
System
Zombie.
of a Down, though, I have to say, was the most high energy concert I've been to out of
Oh,
all of them.
thank
They
God you
have
said
this.
that. I thought you were gonna say they sucked. I was like, I
No,
love System of a Down.
the energy that like I looked around and everybody was jumping up and down like a damn bean. Okay, I'm like, why is everybody jumping up and down? Well, guess what?
I didn't really like that. I saw System of the Down once, and I didn't really like it because the fucking singer. If he would just shut up and fucking sing songs instead of whining in between every song about, oh, we're so, yo, fuck you, shut up and play. You know,
Funny.
I
I don't
couldn't ever
remember
go
that,
again.
but I remember I wanted to do what everybody else was doing, and I started jumping up and down too. I'm like, this is insane, crazy, good energy. It was really powerful.
Oh, yeah. Chop
And then
Suey.
Godsmack in concert, Disturbed, amazing. Billy Idol, amazing.
I've seen Godsmack 3 times.
Yeah, they are so good. So good.
Oh,
Mhm.
and like when Sully plays, have you ever gone to a Godsmack concert and Sully will like play the bangos or so what they call
Oh,
it? Like
all of
those-
it. Yes.
Yeah.
Have you ever heard of this song? So,
Hold on. I gotta address something real quick. Andrea D, you need to go out on a date with me. I'm just saying. I will treat you nice, and I will sing a System of the Down song for you. I'm just saying. But anyway, go ahead.
Ask for a booby shot on the 3rd date.
Hmm.
He's
I mean,
good.
she already has my dick pic, so.
Oh my god, that's funny.
I've never understood the dick pic thing, but
Me neither. I've
it's-
never
it's
wanted
just
dick
like-
pics, nor will I
Yeah.
send any dick pics. None of it.
I just never got into the craze. Like I've never sent out a dick pic, and I never will.
None
yeah,
of that.
yeah, don't do
No.
it. I've
Yeah,
never
don't
actually
do it.
sent a dick pic to.
No one's ever gonna have revenge porn on me on here. That's for sure.
Yeah, yeah.
Ever.
that's Just I don't even like.
I've never done that.
Dude, like.
Mm-mm. All right, guys, I'm gonna jump off here. It was really nice chatting with you guys.
Heck yeah,
Yeah,
Angela.
cool.
Yeah, it was great. That was way chill, and
I'm gonna check out Zach Wild Bleed for me when I sign off.
yeah, and look at my playlist because I have a lot of his like my favorite songs of his in there.
I will. I'm gonna go check as soon as Bill's. I check out of here. I'm gonna go check out your site.
Sweet, thank you. I appreciate that.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Well, thanks everybody. And Jenny, I saw all your comments, and yeah, we are so alike. We've talked about music in other chats, and it's like her and I are like sister twins of our metal. And she started her kid out at 10, so you know, it's like we're the same kind of parent too.
My kids have been little rockers, you know.
Yep. Funny.
We-
And then Jacqueline comes in the chat, says, I love Cox.
She does.
Oh, and Jen, before I go, you had mentioned Journey, you know, and Steve Perry. So when we were standing in the bar, you know, because we didn't think we needed to see Journey because it wasn't going to be Steve Perry, right? We just expected him not to be good. We're standing in the bar, and holy crap, they were really good. I'm not for singers switching, so I tend to not even listen if I know that there's a different singer. I won't even give it a chance. And we couldn't believe how good the singer was. I forget his name.
That's like when Queenstrike's lead singer left and they replaced him. Like they were just not. They were not not the same.
Yeah, yeah,
And
exactly.
they couldn't be. That guy's voice was incredible.
Yes.
Mhm.
So then you guys know of Dawkins and oh god, I love
Oh
it.
yeah.
All right, I'm gonna go. Bye guys. Bye everybody.
All right, take it easy. Thanks for coming up and
having me.
bullshitting with us.
Yeah, and have a great rest of your birthday. Enjoy it.
Support Sea Monkeys. Support Sea Monkeys.
Okay.
It was good meeting you, Angela.
Nice to meet you too. I'll see you guys. Bye.
Bye.
All right. What the hell's going on in the chat here? Jacqueline Love Cox. Oh, that's awesome. I'm glad because I can provide.
What's the chat want to talk about? Anything in particular?
Telly, yes, sea monkeys do have dicks, and we're not ashamed to show them off. I thank you, Andrea. Ricky Martin. Fuck, what was that? He had one good song that I would actually listen to.
Living La Vida Loca.
That's the one. I was trying to think of it. Yep. I saw. I would love to have a recording of it, but I can't find it anywhere. But Slipknot actually covered that song, and so did another grindcore band, but I can't remember the name of it. But it was pretty cool.
You know what I'm a huge fan of, Bill? When bands jam together.
Oh yeah.
What do they call that? Mock-ups or something? They had a certain word.
Oh yeah. I know what you're talking about. There's a band called Rock Candy, I think, and this dude can make his voice sound like anybody, and they mix up songs together. I think it's called Rock Candy or Hard Candy, something like that. This dude is a voice actor, but he's in that band, and he can make himself sound like anybody. It's wild.
That is wild.
But we used to do shit like that. We would do like we would play, like I could not really sing exactly like Link Staley, but I could get close enough. But we would do things like what if Alice in Chains did Shout at the Devil? So we would play Shout at the Devil, but play it like in the style of Alice in Chains. We would do shit like that once in a while, and it was pretty fun.
Yeah. Love music, man. I'm like, sometimes I'll listen to music all night. Like, if nothing's going on, I can't find something to watch, I can jam out for hours, man. I just love music.
Yeah, I'm itching to pick up a guitar right now. I just don't have one around me.
Oh, don't tell me that. That'd be awesome if you jammed out.
I might. I'm not sure exactly what I'm doing tonight. I'm probably going to end up getting fucked up. And if I get fucked up enough and I get somewhere where I have access to a guitar, I might come back up here if I still feel like playing. I don't know.
All right, just be safe, brother. Don't do anything stupid.
yeah. Don't worry about that.
You know, I'm not going to tell you not to have fun on your birthday. Do you, but just be safe.
Right on. I don't think I'm going to get any Coke. If somebody like offers it to me, I'd probably take it, but I don't think I'm going to go after any.
Yeah.
I'll probably just get drunker and fuck and take a couple of extra pills and see what happens.
Yeah, don't and you got to remember too. You like with the coke, you always it's okay while you're doing, but that feeling coming off is just you just like shit. Just feel like shit.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a fact. But I don't know. You just kind of got to weigh out the pros and cons and see what happens.
I tried talking to him last night too, Jill. Just we just gotta hope that he's safe, whatever he's doing.
Yeah, Jenny T, I miss playing on Instagram. For I don't even remember how many times, but like I would get all fucked up and somebody'd say, "Hey, go live on Instagram. I want to hear you play." And sometimes they'd do it. It was a lot of fun, man. We had a blast.
It is a lot of fun. I'm gonna sign off of here, Bill. I want to get out in the yard and get some work done before we lose the sun.
Right on. Have a good one, dude. Thanks for coming up.
Yeah, man. Happy birthday. I wish you nothing but the best on your birthday. And
Thanks,
enjoy
man.
the rest of your day. And if I see you on
You too,
later,
dude.
maybe I'll pop by and see if you want company.
Hey, that's cool.
All right?
If you got an instrument, bring it.
Huh?
If you have an instrument, bring it.
I can't play. I wish I could, Bill.
Right on.
I
I really can't very good anymore either, but
like when I watch people play the guitar, I'm so jealous. Like I used to hang out with my buddies when they were jamming, and I was just like, man, like I wish I could play the guitar. But all right, guys, chat. It's been a lot of fun today. Thanks for listening to me ramble on. Everybody have a good night.
all right, you too, man.
Later.
Jenny, what I say is bullshit. Well, okay, 90% of what I say is bullshit, but what bullshit are you talking about this time? Oh, hang on a second. I gotta look at some messages real quick. Da, 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 da. All right. All right. So I gotta meet my people in a couple hours. All right. I can either hang this up unless somebody else has some bullshit they want to talk about. It's up to you guys. I got a couple more hours before I meet up. Sounds like I'm going to be treated to a steak dinner and some strippers, hopefully. Maybe a couple of hookers. I don't know. We'll see. What is this happy hallway? I don't know. I miss out on a lot of, like, I don't watch panels like I used to, so I miss out on a lot of shit. You kind of have to rely on what people tell me, Gotta go grocery shopping. Oh, yeah, I avoid stores at all costs. When people take me to a store with them, I mean, you can ask T-Coy about it. Like, I really act up so that they never want to invite me to go shopping with them again. I do some fucked up things in stores. I like fucking with people. Hey, what's going on, OPE? Good to see you. Yeah, you just gotta get in there and get out. Try to avoid people at all costs. Tell you what, though, back in the day, grocery stores were a good place to pick up women. Not that that's what you're going to do, but it's a really nice day here. I'm hoping I get to blow some shit up. All right, take it easy, Anthony. Andrea, I'm going to get you up here one of these days. Ain't no time like the present. Yeah, I was going to say, I think most grocery stores you can go online or call and tell them what you want and they'll get it together for you. You just got to hope whoever's putting your package together is good at picking out vegetables. Oh, shit. Hell yeah, Jenny T knows what's going on. I popped a lot of cherries up here. I'm very gentle. Come on, gas lamp, figure it out. Think about it. You got to kind of have to situate yourself in a dirty mind, if that helps you. Just got to act like we're talking on the phone. If you have Instagram, you can hit me up. We can have a chat there, and that'll kind of ease you in. I've done that a few times too. It's just like talking on the phone, except if you say anything uh, remotely wild, people will use it against you. So you got to be aware. And don't worry, I won't be a creep. Yeah, Jenny T knows what's up. Yeah, that's the thing. Is people are pretty fucking weird. And I gotta warn you, like once you go on a panel, sometimes people just can't quit. Panel addiction is a thing. It really is. One of these days we're gonna get Pat Con up here too. I'd like to slide it in on Pat Con nice and easy. He'll come around. Yeah, I think I've been drunker than fuck a few times playing guitar for Jenny T on the phone, if I remember right. I hope it didn't suck too bad. You've tried to pay Pat Con to go up. Warbot, you ought to come up. I don't think I've ever seen you on a panel before. I've seen you on your channel. Um, you can drop your channel here if you want to, Warbot. If y'all want to see Warbot speak, you can go to his channel. He actually is a Warbot. Like, I thought it was a joke at first, but he fully identifies as a Warbot. There's no doubt about it. Tried to pay you with this butt pics. Hey, man, I do it for a butt pic. Hell yeah. Well, why don't you both come up here? Both of you come up here right now. We'll have a little chat. We'll be civil. You'll be on neutral ground. Nothing will get out of hand. Right. I would love to be able to brag about taking both of your panel cherries at the same time. I would love to have that on my resume. Yeah, Lion Ryan, he does make a lot of shit up. That dude has been after me for like a year. For a while there, he was he go bitching about me on his channel for like 3 times a week for hours and hours. It was funny. It's so funny when he tries to act tough. I'm not kidding you. When I know I've said this 100 times, but when I'm arguing with Ryan, I do. It's like when a fucking 5-year-old wants to beat you up, and like he comes in swinging, but you just put your hand on his forehead and he swings and never gets anywhere, and you just let him get tired. Yep. He called me a predator. He doxed me. I mean, he doxed me wrong because most of what he said was a lie, but yeah. He put me on trial. Didn't tell me he was putting me on trial. And then even when people came up to defend me, he just completely ignored it. And like I've put up a lot of proof of stuff that he lied about and other people lied about with him. Like the proof is there, but he just acts like it's not, even though I know he's seen it. So the dude is delusional. Well, I mean, here's the deal. Ryan, I mean, one of them I can't ever talk about again because he can't defend herself. But Ryan had a couple of ladies whispering into his ear. And these were ladies that used to whisper into my ear. And I got sick of their bullshit, so I just cut them off and blocked them. They didn't like that too well. And they tried to turn it around and say it was the other way, but I got proof that it wasn't. Yeah, he's I tried taking it easy on him because he's, not right in the head, but I can only take so much. They said they had all these women that were gonna, and I do flirt a lot. I do talk to a lot of girls on here, and privately I do. They said they had all these women that were gonna come out against me for being a creep, but where the fuck are they at? Find one. Find one woman that has a dick pic of mine. Find one woman that'll say I've been a creep in DMs. Yes, I flirt a lot. Yes, I make a lot of jokes, but I only do that with people that are receptive to it. if it doesn't seem like you're about flirting and joking around about sex, I don't do it, you know? Well, thank you, Gremlin. Yeah, Ryan needs to stop smoking out of aluminum, man. He needs to stop. I think the dude's huffing, to be quite honest. That's what he acts like. I mean, I hope he's not, but I don't know. Is there something? Oh God, I don't want to summon her, but I mean, I know about the revenge porn thing and stuff, but is there something new that popped off about Chuckles? Because it seems like she's always being talked about, and here I am contributing to it. But Ryan and JT Kovacs in a tent, yeah. Well, I could see that happening, and I think only one of them would make it out alive. Yeah, I heard that Hebrew was back, and like he's trying to say that the shit didn't happen that he said happened himself. I don't know. I used to way back when oh God, what's her name? I forget her name now, but I defended Hebrew when he first came into the community because people were saying he'd been in prison for uh some nice things, which he had been in prison, but not. This chick was making up a bunch of shit about him, and I looked into it, found out she was lying, and I actually defended Hebrew back when he first came in here. But after the other bullshit he's pulled, no, fuck that guy. Yeah, I heard Ryan was on some new meds, but he's trying to act all tough and shit. It's funny when he tries to act tough though. I mean, he literally hid behind a woman when shit got hot on a catch. I actually think I know who Andrea is, to be quite honest. I can just tell um, by the way she types. Is she really suing them, or is that all just bullshit? Like, has anybody gotten any cease and desist letters or anything like that? Because Chuckles runs her mouth a lot and says a lot of shit. The thing is, though, like, she brought all this shit on herself. It's not like somebody just picked her out at random and started picking on her, you know? And that's the thing. She don't have enough money to get a lawyer, you know? It's not like you're going to get a court appointed one. And I don't know. Okay, to me, revenge porn is wrong. It's not something I would ever do. I mean, I've got fucking pics of girls here that, sent me some very nice booby shots. And a couple of them I don't talk to anymore, but I would never fucking show anybody, not even my friends, you know? I just think that revenge porn is wrong. But on the other hand, is it really revenge porn? I mean, she sold the shit to somebody, right? So I don't know. She talked about it and erased of it. I don't know. She's full of shit most of the time. Yes, Frogger. I 100% agree with that. Jeff's lawyer. Yeah, she probably has Jeff's lawyer. Yeah, I mean, she put the shit out there herself, and she actually got money for it. So I don't know what the laws are, but and as far as defamation goes, like if you say something that's derogatory, but it's true, or you believe it to be true, that's not really defamation. And I'm not a lawyer, and you shouldn't get your legal advice from some asshole off the internet. But I'm just saying. Well, I mean, that's the thing. Anytime you send pictures like that, like I make jokes about sending dick pics, but I don't actually do it. Anytime you send something out like that, you have to understand that there's a possibility when shit goes sideways that if that guy wants to be an asshole, it could happen, you know? I mean, case in point, a girl here, not in the chat right now, but it was like 3 years ago. She was drunk and we were flirting on the phone or whatever. And she sent me a, pretty nice picture. And then, like the next day, she regretted it. And she asked me to delete it, and I did. I didn't save it. I didn't do anything with it. I just deleted it. Right. Frogger, I don't like. I'm kind of behind on everything that happens. So, like, I know that Mark spread her pictures around, but like, she gave him like I don't know, what was it, 2 3 years ago when we were talking. Um, Chuckles sent me pictures. I don't know where the hell they're at. They might be on my Discord account that got nuked, so I don't even have them anymore. Or it could be on an old Instagram, but like I haven't even. She sent shit to me, so it's kind of hard to feel sorry for somebody when they spread it around themselves. I don't know. It's complicated, I guess. I agree, Jenny T. I think this whole thing for her is about getting subs and getting her name out there, and it's working. If all of us panel guys and girls would come together and come to an agreement, hey, we're never going to talk about Chuckles again. We're just going to delete her from all of our streams and just let her be herself by herself on her own channel. Fuck it, you know. All this attention, and I'm doing it right now, is giving her what she wants. I don't know. I'm sure everything's on dirty deleted, right? So yeah, we are all promoting her plan, and it's working. It's working beautifully. Mark wouldn't lie to the main gatekeeper. I've never known Mark to lie, to be quite honest. I mean, he's done some fucked up things that I don't agree with, but like, I don't know him to be a liar. So, I mean, she used to be a stripper, right? So she's kind of used to having herself out there. Um, yeah, I think the fact that she even shows that shit around to multiple people, and from what I understand, she actually sold them. Uh, I don't know. Oh yeah, anytime some shit pops off, especially when people are like, oh, cancel that person. People that weren't sub to them before will go sub to them just to see what's going on. So anytime there's any kind of attention, people get subs. I've experienced it myself. When Ray and FCC tried to cancel me, I actually got more subs. I don't really know how many because I don't pay that close of attention, but the last time I looked before that, I only had like 603 or something like that, and then it went up to like I don't know what it is now, 618 or something. I don't know. I haven't looked in a while. You just uploaded your very first vid. Well, give us a little teaser. Community links. Tell us what it's about. We'll all go look at it, I'm sure. And by the way, you're welcome for the subs. You owe me one. What Cat Reed did. What did Cat do? I don't know. What did Cat do? I'm lost, Frogger. That's the thing. If you're a catcher, um, like you can get away with anything. I just proved that a little while ago. What people don't understand is I've got like way more evidence from two other girls that I never presented because the way people came after me about it, they're fucking scared to death. They don't want me to put the shit out now, so I can't. She showed boob. Hey, you know what? I'm all about titty shots. I'm good with that. It just depends on how it's done and where it's at, you know. She did a half a flash. Hey, you know what? Yeah, Gremlin, I've got a ton of fossils. I'm not around them right now. I've got a ton of fossils, and one of these days I need to unpack that shit and show you what I got. Yeah, tar pits are a cool place. I've got actually right now I've got I don't know if you were around. I showed this already. Hold on, let me get it. Hold on a second. This was the last thing I found. I'm not sure if it's a weight for a fishing net or if it's like for a bow drill to start a fire, like to put it up on the top. It could be a weight for a fishing net because they would make the net and then they would put these all along the bottom so it would sink and drag. But that's the last artifact that I found. How did I distinguish it from being neutral? I don't know exactly what you mean. I wasn't actually trying to, like, I find arrowheads and spearheads and shit out here all the time. You just got to pay attention to the ground when you're walking. But this was probably either from a, hold on a second. We had Iroquois and Miami around here, so it's got to be from one of them. I'm not sure which. Yeah, I've got a huge, like, arrowheads and axe heads and beads, and I got all kinds of shit. What's going on, Cam? So it's okay here for that. Like, I'm not sure exactly. Uh, well, I mean, from what I'm seeing, Frogger is if she did it and just doesn't give a fuck, then whatever, it is what it is. But if Chuckles is raising a fuss that she didn't want her shit out there, even though she put it out there, that's kind of a, to me, that's the distinguishing factor. But again, I don't know everything about what went on. Yeah, it could be a fire starter, part of one. Because actually, here, let me grab something. Actually, this is from something else I was making. This isn't actually a fire stick, but like it's hard to do in hand. You would put this in the top, and this would be here. It's upside down, but you would put this in the top so that like it would help you spin the stick, and then down at the bottom you would have a flat piece of wood, and that's for the friction because there would be a bow across here, and that would be the friction that would start the fire. So it could be that, or it could be a weight for a fishing net. They would have a whole line of these across the bottom of the net that they would make out of roots or whatever, so that the net would sink to the bottom, and then they could drag it and then catch fish that way. It's one or the other. I'm leaning towards the weight thing because it would have the net wrapped around and tied through, and then the knot would be up in there. So it's one of the two. I don't know which. Are they saying a raise a F2M? Okay. I don't know what the hell you're talking about. Cave door people. Hey, it could be. It could be. Like if it's a rock with a natural. No, I don't think so, Gremlin, because I've studied this shit before, and I've seen tons of these. Um, like I don't know how to explain it, but I've actually got some other ones. But this sandstone is real easy to work with. Why are you bummed, Cam? First fidget spinner, it could be. That's what I've been using it for. Why don't the community cool kids join your panels anymore? Because fuck them, that's why. Well, I know they're watching. A lot of it's based on a lie. And a lot of it's somebody that wants to surround himself with people that will only pump him up. They don't realize, he doesn't realize he's being used. That's part of it. Why are you bummed, Cam? Some people just desperately need the attention. Well, Frogger, part of the reason is that people already hate Chuckles because of the way she is. So she already has that going against her. Um, that's part of it. What's going on, LB? Oh yeah, Cam. That's why I never really plan anything because plans always go to shit. Look, I could say a lot more, but I'm not going to. And there are some of them that I just won't allow up here. Like anybody that I find particularly annoying, I'm gonna allow them up here. Um, and I want to. People get sick of seeing the same people all the time, so I try to mix that up too. And like I've been trying to pull away. I just left another. Yeah, I'm smoking. That's a bad habit. I've been trying to distance myself from all the gatekeeper shit anyway, because it's fucking not what it used to be. Um, I just left a couple of more quote unquote gatekeeper group chats because I don't know. I don't want to. Fuck it. I'm not gonna say it. Not yet. What's up, Bryden? Let me just say that there are a lot of two-faced motherfuckers in the panel arena. There are a lot of people letting their egos be manipulated and they don't realize it. Y'all want to say I'm full of shit about this stuff, but everything that I said in the past, not everything, but a lot of it has come to light, you know. I've been right about everything so far, and there's more shit that's going to come out. I just don't want to be the one to do it. And they're like a lot of high school girls, you know, looking jealousy, and everybody's got to have somebody to hate, right? And if I have to take that, I will. I don't give a fuck. Yeah, I've seen a lot of fucking catches this weekend. I mean, I haven't watched all of them, but I've seen the notifications for them. And I've heard there's been some good ones. So that's awesome. Yeah, Jelly, all you gotta do is pay attention. And believe me, you're better off not talking to anybody outside chat. I'm just saying. You try to help people out, and then when shit goes sideways, they fucking abandon your ass and try to blame it all on you when they had just as big a part in it. So they can all get fucked. That's the thing, Warbot. I've been saying for a long time, if these guys would put as much energy into catching instead of making false accusations and coming at people, if they would put that amount of energy into catching, man, we could kick some fucking ass. But no. Yeah, I heard that. I haven't been watching the catches very much, but I've heard that PCI, PCM are kicking fucking ass. And I heard that Tikoi is going somewhere to testify. I don't know any details about it. That's all I know. Oh man, flash burn sucks. Section 15. Got to wear that eye protection. I don't know if anybody here's ever welded before, but I was a welder for a while, and I got a nasty flash burn a couple of times. That fucking sucks. Oh, thank you, Bick. Dude, John Davis is out of his fucking mind. He accused me of doxing Cam, which I never fucking did, and I wouldn't. Yeah, John Davis is out of his fucking mind. I used to be good with him, but now he's fucking saying I said shit that I never said, so he can get fucked. And think about Redhead brings a lot of this shit on himself. He can get fucked too, but Redhead likes to lie his ass off and play the victim on a lot of things that he starts. And then he gets people to feel sorry for him. So I don't. I mean, he's one that I don't let up here because I don't like the guy. And yeah, when Meow said that shit about Lisa, we had words. Thanks, Frogger. Thank you, Section 15. Thing about Redhead is though, like he starts a lot of this shit himself and tries to flip it around and play the victim and get people to feel sorry for him. And he also lies a lot. He's lied about me a lot. So I really have a hard time feeling sorry for him. Yeah, John Davis is looking pretty crazy here lately. Happy 21st. I wish. Yeah, I'm 21. That's it. Fuck, man. If I knew at 21 what I know now, damn. Look, Red Hood is just fucking reaching for sympathy. Like, why would his siblings open his mail? You know what I mean? He tries to play that shit all the time. I mean, is it common for his siblings to open his mail? And I know for a fact that his little brother's been in the room when we were talking about some shit, and he didn't seem to care about him hearing any of that. He just kept going. Because his little brother's been in the room and he's been talking to him when we were saying some fucked up things, and he was going along with it. So Red is just looking for sympathy on that. And yes, John Davis is wrong for doing it, but yeah, thank you, Bryden. Took a lie detector test. That fucking thing would melt down. Yeah, Gina, I need you to go to that video and put this timestamp where it's at, because I looked at it and I couldn't see any place where you were doxxed. If you were really doxxed on there, I will absolutely take it out. But I need you to go to that video and put a timestamp on it, because I looked through it and I couldn't see. All it said was your first name or whatever. It didn't show your address or your number or anything that I saw. Um, Timestamp it, please, and I will look at it again. And if you were doxxed, I will 100% take that video down. I just couldn't find where you were doxxed at. What's up, Jersey? So yeah, Gina, please go to that video. Um, Put the timestamp in the chat, and I will look at it again, because I didn't see. All I saw was where it said your first name. And if you were doxxed on there, I will 100%. Plus, I forget to do shit, but if I see notification for a comment, I will look at it. And if you were doxxed, I will 100% take it down immediately. I mean, everybody's already seen it, but yeah, I will. I have taken down a bunch of videos for people because they asked me to, but they all had good reasons. T Quinn AZ are testifying against the Navy. Oh, awesome! Yeah, I was there for that. That is awesome. I hope the fucker. Yeah, I remember that guy. You did yesterday, but you okay? I'll check it, Gene. I just didn't see any notifications. And it's still going to be up on Dirty Deleted. I can't do anything about that. Yeah, Jersey, I'm supposed to be getting a steak dinner tonight. Yeah, you are absolutely right, Jersey. People are donating money left and right, for causes that may or may not be um, the real deal. It happens a lot. Meanwhile, sea monkeys are suffering. People want to donate money to other things, but nobody wants to help the poor little underprivileged sea monkeys. It just kind of grinds my gears. Olive Garden. Yeah, I used to go to Olive Garden a lot. I haven't been there in a few years, but yeah, that was one of our places. Yeah, you got a lot of clout chasers too. It's kind of part of why I'm stepped back from all the panel shit, except for my own. Unless they ask, then I'll go up. But the timestamp is around 103. All right, well, let me screenshot this, Gina, because I'll forget, and I'll go look at it after. I'm really bad about forgetting to do shit, so um, sorry about that. Yeah, I remember that Navy guy. Um, I think Bick has that. Was that the one he showed on here a while ago? We ought to show that catch on here. Basie's cool with it. Yeah, that was back when we were all a tight knit little group, and things weren't as fucked up as they are now. Yeah, Jersey, it's my birthday. I wasn't gonna I wasn't gonna put that out there, but somebody else did, but that's okay. Yeah, I just can't stop blabbing. Y'all are too much fun to fuck with. And I still got like an hour before my people get here. Yeah. I'm fucking 50. I can't believe I lived this long, to be honest with you. I shouldn't have. Yeah. My emotions are still 15 and my body's 90, but technically I'm 50. Yeah, I might actually have some 5150 tonight. I know I'm going to get fucked up somehow. I just haven't decided how yet. I don't think I'm going to get any cocaine, but who knows? If somebody offers it to me, I'd probably take it, but I'm not. I don't think I'm going to buy any. I think I'm just going to get. I don't know. Somebody's taking me out to a steak dinner, and I know I'm going to get fucked up there. Happy boob day. Hey, you know what, Serena? Y'all, I mean, I'm not, I'm not grifting for titty pics, but this would be a good day to send me some. Yeah. I still got a pretty decent hairline for an old guy. Here, I don't know if you can see it or not, but I got some gray in my hair. Quite a bit, actually. Tainted weed, holy shit, man. That's the thing. If they would just tell people, hey, this has got fentanyl in it, they'd probably, buy it anyway, but at least you know what you were getting. Yes, Jenny did send me a titty pic this morning, and I loved it. Very much appreciated. It's probably going to be my new background on my phone. How long is my hair? It's about 2/3 of the way to my ass. People are just assholes, man. I think people that sell drugs, they're not all bad people, but you got sociopaths in there that do it just to make people die. Or they try to make it so, hey, my weed's the best or whatever, but then they wind up putting in too much because they have no idea what the fuck they're doing. I mean, people are literally making fentanyl in their bathtubs and putting in everything. They make pills that look just like Xanax or just like an Orco, but it's actually fentanyl, and they have no idea how much is going into it, and they don't care as long as they're making their money. I mean, that's why I'm for the legalization of drugs for the most part, because if you could just walk into a place and know what you're actually getting, that would stop a lot of death. You are not, the war on drugs has failed miserably. You are not going to stop people from doing drugs. That's obvious. If you allow them access to, think about it. If I want cocaine, I'm going to get it no matter what. I would rather, and I do have, I mean, you never really know, but I do have a pretty good source. When I get it from him, it costs a little more, but like it's still clumpy and it still has like the yellowish kind of tint to it. Um, but then there's other people I get it from that I just don't know, but I fucking do it anyway. It's stupid, I know, but it would be a lot better if I could just walk into a store and every once in a while and be like, "Hey, man, give me a gram," and then you know what the fuck it is. You know what I mean? Instead of having to deal with shady people. I mean, the DEA spends, I don't even know what their budget is, but the DEA spends shitloads of money every year chasing around um, like small time dealers and shit, and they fucking go in guns blazing and fucking there's a I can't remember the details now, but they threw a flashbang. I've worked with flashbangs and they're a motherfucker, but they threw a flashbang into a room and it landed in a fucking baby's crib and killed it. They do this shit all the time and they get away with it. And they spend shit tons of money doing this. Take that fucking money for people that are already addicted that want to get clean and make that more available. You know what I mean? There's no good answer. We are not going to stop people from being addicts. It's still going to happen. But at least let them do it in a safe way, And if you know the history, there's a book called Reefer Madness. I can't remember the author. And it goes about the history of why drugs are illegal. And it's not really for public safety. It was about people creating jobs for their buddies and deals being made in the government. Um, like DuPont came out with nylon, but there wasn't really a big use for it. And they used to make rope and clothes and all kinds of shit out of hemp. So, and that kind of hemp wasn't even the shit people were getting high on. So they made it illegal so that DuPont could make more money is what it boiled down to. And that's one reason. And when they illegalized, like nobody ever called it marijuana. They always called it hemp, right? When they illegalized it, they actually had billboards and signs up in stores and shit that said, Negroes and Mexicans smoke this stuff and rape white women. We need to pass a law to legalize it. And people that were farmers that were growing hemp didn't realize what they were voting on, so they actually voted to illegalize their own crop, and they didn't know what they were doing. It's wild, man. It is wild. And like when they illegalized, you used to be able to go to the drugstore and buy heroin right off the shelf. Of course, you had heroin addicts, but yeah, they made that illegal, mostly based on racism against blacks and Chinese people. It wasn't about public safety. They just made it look that way. And now you've got cartels running shit that are fucking killing people left and right over it, And then they let doctors get people. This is what happened to me. They let doctors get hooked on OxyContin. And then all of a sudden they say, oh, can't have it anymore. So people are left high and dry and fucking fiending like a motherfucker. I never wound up on heroin because I had enough money, I could always get the pills, or usually get them. And then fast forward, now we've got fucking fentanyl killing people left and right for the same goddamn reason. They are not going to stop it. And that's the thing. I get a lot of shit for doing coke, and yes, I have my other addictions, but not everybody that uses drugs is an addict. You know what I mean? If you're able to do it once in a while and leave it alone, fine, but you're taking a huge risk when you don't know what you're getting. Yeah, hemp rope is a lot better than nylon. Still got some hemp rope from World War One, and this shit, it's not rotted and it's strong as fuck. Yeah, that was a part of it too. It was all Matt. It was all about political deals and making money. Yeah, when I started on Oxy, you could like I used to take razor blade and flick off the coating and crush them up, and then they changed the formula, and you can't do that anymore. So I would just like eat them like a motherfucker, or dissolve them in citric acid, um, shit like that. So, but yeah, I used to be able to crush them up and get an instant rush or snort them, or like I never got into needles, but I knew people that would inject them. That's the thing. I remember back, like I remember the first time I snorted oxys. Um, and it was just because I wanted we were supposed to, like my old lady didn't realize at first how bad I was getting, but she eventually did. And I remember the first time I was sitting home by myself. I was out on the deck, had a little fire going. It was a beautiful summer night, waiting for her to get off work so we could go out drinking. I'm like, fuck it, I'm going to snort one of these. And so I crushed down, I think it was a 40 milligram, and snorted that motherfucker. And oh my God. Let's see, that shit knocks most people out, but man, I get kind of fucking hyper off of it. Or used to. I don't now. That's good, Jersey. I unfortunately did not come off of them easily. Yeah, hemp rope was the best, and hemp clothes are, you know, we need to bring it back. It's renewable, you know? Yeah, that burn. You get used to it after a while, though. I mean, I have sinus problems now, and that's probably why. God, my chat's always turned into drugs. My chat's always turned into drugs or titties, which is fine with me. Yeah, I knew a lot of people that from a young age they put them on Ritalin, and um, it eventually got them onto meth. It's the same thing with the painkillers and heroin. I've never, I've never been big on mushrooms. Back when salvia was legal, I did that a bunch of times, and oh man, that shit was wild. I couldn't believe it was legal at the time. It kind of, I did DMT once, and like, I need to do it again to be quite honest, because that shit, I don't know what happened, but like after I did DMT, it was like, I know it sounds weird, but like it changed my mind for the better. I'll just say it that way. It did something to me that lasted a long time, and I mean a positive thing. I need to find somebody that knows what they're doing and do that again. Yeah, that's the thing. Like the first time I snorted oxy, like I had no intention of it being a regular thing. I just wanted to party, because I was getting ready to go out drinking, which you shouldn't mix that shit, but whatever. But I was like, oh my God, I want to feel like this all the time. Well, the problem is that feeling don't last very long. And then after that, you're just escalating and trying to chase something you're never going to get again. And it becomes a big problem. Then you got to do it just to feel halfway normal. Joe Rogan could help with that. Well, I'll just call Joe. I'll just call up Joe right now and see what happens. See, that's the thing. That's the problem I'm in now is like I have legitimate fucking injuries that'll never heal, and I have to take something heavy to be able to go out and do shit, just to be able to fucking walk sometimes. So I can't really. I don't. I'm fucked either way. Yeah, the PCP and the we used to call that Wiki Sticks. It was supposedly dipped in embalming fluid, but I don't think that the embalming fluid story is actually true because if you knew anything about chemicals, um, like if you were to vaporize and smoke an actual embalming fluid, I don't think you'd live. But yeah, I remember Wiki Sticks going around. They weren't my thing, but I knew people that did it. Yeah, that's the thing, Jersey, is you take them as prescribed, and they say, as long as you take them as prescribed, you'll be okay. That's total bullshit because before too long, they don't work anymore, so you got to take more. And then you're trying to figure out how to get it's harder now, but back then you're trying to figure out how to get a prescription early. When I was a bondsman, I bonded a bunch of people out of jail for prescription forgery. This one chick, her doctor wrote her a prescription for 12, I think. Her doctor wrote her a prescription for 12 Vicodin, and she added a zero on it. Now, and it looked good, I guess, but no dentist is going to give you 120 fucking Vicodin. So she added the zero, took it to the pharmacy. The pharmacy called the doctor, and he's like, no, it's supposed to be 12. So she went to jail. And that was just an example. Another chick, it was always females, like doctor shopping and stuff. It's harder to get away with it now because everything's all hooked up. They can check it at the pharmacy or at the doctor's office where you've been. So a couple of chicks had complete different identities. And it was usually either Xanax or Vicodin. But yeah, this one chick stole a prescription pad Like they're not going to catch on to that. Yeah, it's all electronic now. But back then, when they had paper prescriptions, you could do some manipulation. Yeah, my insurance is pretty good, but every once in a while they call and question me. Is like, do you really need this? It's like, well, yeah, yeah. I wound up in the emergency room for a few things, and once they see that you've got, pain pill prescriptions on your record, like they treat you like shit, man. They think that, and they do get a lot of people trying to scam them. But it's like you've seen my fucking X-rays, you know that I'm, you know what I mean? Wants to do a pre-authorization. Yeah, I have to do that too every so often. Like they don't warn you ahead of time. Like they don't say, "Hey, next month you're gonna have to have a pre-authorization." It's like every 6 months or so. So you go to have your shit filled, and then you get a notification. Oh, you got to have a pre-authorization, and God knows how long that'll take. So if they would tell you ahead of time, so that you could tell the doctor, it'd be a lot better instead of laying around jonesing. All right, Brad, you take it easy. I usually leave the hospital AMA anyway, so fuck them. Yeah, JFK, that's when I had that. Some of you saw the pictures of that grain truck that I rolled last fall. Thing is, though, like I had my bell ring. I had such a bad fucking concussion. I didn't really know what was going on anyway. You're snowed in Jersey? We're actually having a nice day here. It's actually kind of warm, nice and sunshiny. Yeah, JFK, I got pretty lucky on that one too. I've been in so many fucking car accidents where the car was like totally destroyed and people died and shit, and I fucking walked out of it. And I walked away from that grain truck too. I don't know how. I think the only thing that saved me was I had my backpack on my lap. So when it impacted, I think that the backpack kind of shielded me from the steering wheel. And that's probably the only thing that saved my ass, or I would have been done. And I've gone back to that house a couple of times to, because the dude that pulled out in front of me, he got really fucked up, and I've been back to that house a couple of times that he pulled out of, and like there's never anybody there. It looks like the place is being taken care of because like the mail's not stacked up. Um, but just maybe I'll go out there today because I never did find out what happened to that dude. I know he was really fucked up, and yeah. Yeah, we get lucky sometimes, DFK. I can't. I could go on and on about nasty car accidents. I don't really feel like talking about all that shit right now. But yeah. Yeah, OJ, if you can get by without them, do it, man. Because I mean, you're fucked either way. But all right, yo, I'm gonna jump off of here. I think my ride's about to be here. Hold on. I don't know. I'm probably gonna get all fucked up, and if I can't get laid, I might come back up here. I'm still waiting to hear about that, but I don't know if I can get a hold of a guitar. I'm sure somebody else will go live today, but if I can get a hold of a guitar, I'll come back up. I don't give a fuck what anybody else is doing. Holy shit, Gina. All right, yo. Thanks for showing up, and y'all stay naked. Support Sea Monkeys.